Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
That's Fresno's finest right there.
Would you like me to? I have time for another one. Would you like another one, or is there enough
Sure.
time?
Yeah, there's time. We got
Okay, I'll
time.
make.
Encore, encore, encore.
Okay, all right. I'll make this one. Let's see here. So I'm gonna play this, and it's one of those songs that's it's a little overplayed, but it's not overplayed at the same time. I don't know if that makes any sense. As soon as you hear it, you know what I mean. But when the pandemic first hit, and we kind of, I think, just felt low. At least I did, and especially as artists, we took it hard, not being able to go do our craft. And so, in the beginning of when that happened, I got in the back of a truck, and we just started playing for neighborhoods in Fresno. We went to every hood in Fresno. We went to the hood. We went to the Woodward Park hood. Went to the East Side hood, the West Side hood, and just at the beginning of this, I was just playing music for people. And this is one of the songs I played, and it's kind of cheesy, but I love it still. I still hold value to it. So we're gonna play a little Louis Armstrong, "What a Wonderful World."
Yeah.
Thank you.
Encore.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Perfect timing.
You guys, I
Beautiful.
appreciate you all.
An
Right.
oldie but a goodie.
All right. See you guys later.
All right, Patrick, you're amazing. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me, and celebrate this special day. Bye, you guys.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
All right, so who is next? None other than. Just trying to pull it up on my phone. Sorry. The amazing and the one, the only Mr. Buddy Richard Jones.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
You don't want to have
Good
too many
evening, Buddy.
Richard Buddy Joneses. This is a wonderful day for me, and I know that all of us have what we call points of reflection. And this day, of course, would be a point of reflection for me. And I hope that everyone finds a place to say, when did that magic moment take place in your association with Martin Luther King take place? I was born in a little town called Riverside, California, 1940. And childhood was a wonderful thing for me in the beginning, wonderful thing. I thought the world was my oyster. But at a very early age, I recognized that this culture was not built for me. When I was around 5 years old, 5 or 6, my mother took me on a bus just to go downtown. And as we got on the bus, there was just a few people, but she walked to the back of the bus. And she says, "Come on, buddy, come with, I want to sit in the front of the bus, Mom." She says, "No, come with me." And the bus driver turned to me and said, "You know, the back is the nigger section." And I knew at that moment that was not a good thing. The moment he said it, I said, something's wrong here. And when I went to the back of the bus to have my mother explain why we had to sit on the back of the bus, that was the beginning of my training, of my oppression. And it was like that until I got into junior high school. By the time I got into junior high school, they discovered I had a severe problem with dyslexia. I couldn't read or write. That's at junior high school. And it was so severe that they were considering taking me out of school and putting me into some form of special education. Fortunately, one of my teachers discovered that I had leadership ability, I had comprehension, understanding. I did everything but read or write. And she was so generous. What she did is she brought me a book called I'm having a senior moment, The Family of Man. And if you haven't seen that book, you should take a look at it, because it was my first glimpse out of Riverside, that there's a world beyond where I lived. And the only way that I could see of getting out of that world was jumping higher, running faster, and talking faster than white people. Otherwise, I was doomed. But that book opened up a whole new world for me, and I realized there was options. And although I did not have the academic skill to go to college, I was beamed in on it. And believe it or not, I ended up at San Diego State. And somebody said, what did you major in? I said, I majored in football. And so I got a degree in football. But the education was more important than the football, because I didn't know that I lived in a ghetto until I got to college. And I was reading the social book and realized that the ghetto was the bad side of town. I never thought about it that way because I lived in such a rich neighborhood. And then I began to realize that in order to educate myself, I had to really learn what my civil rights were. And that's when I joined the NAACP. And in 1959, I had the pleasure of going to a place called Visalia, my first civil rights conference meeting. And I ended up having lunch with Coretta Scott King, Martin Luther King, and Joan Baez. That was my pivotal point when I got in front of this man. So you put your head down and you go to work. I realized that freedom is expensive and you got to go to work, of which I did. I went to work, and I've been active in the civil rights movement from the time that I was 13. And now and then you get to look up to see if things have changed, because we're living in a moment right now that it doesn't look like there's been much change. That's what it looks like now. But I had a grandson who was 10 years old who said to me one day, "Grandpa, I want to go to University of Stanford." At 9 years old, I didn't know what Stanford was or what it stood for or the implications of that. So I said, "That's good," but I didn't realize how serious he was until he brought me his report card and it had all A's. Well, it turns out that he had all A's in middle school and high school and was one of the best junior golfers in the nation. But he got a scholarship an academic scholarship to Cal Lutheran in Thousand Oaks. And I had said to him one day, "Are you the only African, you and your sister, the only African Americans in this school?" And he said to me, "I don't know, and who's counting?" Which is pretty heavy for a 10-year-old. Well, things have changed, my friends. I just got a letter day before yesterday that my grandson is doing very well at Cal Lutheran. He just made the dean's list. So you got to celebrate those days too. You got to celebrate them. And when I look at my point of reference of where things were when I first met Dr. King and where they are right now, I realize not only the gains that we've made, I realize we have a lot more work to do. So a little history here. This is about the 50th year of Dr. King's celebration. And they only start celebrating it. Is there a way that we could put Pierre Gaston up on the screen?
Pierre just would need to speak and start talking to be appeared on the screen.
Pierre, tell them how many years you and I have been going to Hanford.
Oh, we've been journeying over to Hanford for the last 10 or 15 years, ever since I think it was the year after they started realizing that they should celebrate Dr. King's day in Hanford, when they decided to stop being totally racist.
Well, it's always a celebration for MLK. And I know that I'm on time when Pierre picks me up for the last 10 or 15 years. So that being said, I hope all of you have had a good MLK Day. I hope you think seriously about when is that point in time you said, I got to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Mhm.
Very nice, buddy.
Thank you, Kale.
Buddy,
Thank you.
did you want to
Thank
do
you.
did you want
Very
to do
good. Very
a little
good.
bit of drumming right now?
You like some drumming?
Sure.
Okay.
And then,
One of the things that Kale talked about, the importance of drumming in the African villages. And one thing we have to understand, and this is an example of it, when Africans split in their villages, they don't split more than drum distance away from each other. And that way the tradition is always carried on. We're in a time in our cultures where too many people have moved away from their village, and they forget that the shoulders they're riding on are in their villages. So I would just like to, let's put it this way. I've been playing drums all my life. In the last 20 years, between Kale and Wanaba, I've been consciously playing drums, which is a difference. So I'd like to just give you a little bit what's been passed on to me.
buddy, do you have original sound on?
Do I have my sound?
It does it say original turn off original sound or
Let's see here. No, it says turn off original sound.
right. There you go. Should be good.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
Buddy.
thank you, thank
Love
you.
Thank you, thank you.
We should definitely start up the drum circle on Zoom. For now. So let's talk about that, buddy. Let's talk about that tomorrow. Um, who do we have up next? It looks like the one, the only, Dominique B.
Hi. Okay, camera's on.
Dominique, give a brief introduction about you, and then go ahead with the poem.
Hi, my name is Dominique B / Bethel, but I also go by Domo Beth. That is my stage name. And I have a little bit of a 5-minute show for you guys if you would like it. So yeah.
And you are located in what?
Florida. Yeah.
Nice.
Florida. I am a Floridian, born and raised. Yeah. Okay. So starting with a poem. Sorry, dropped a pen. All right. This poem is entitled Personal Fears. Creeps up like spiders on spine, ants journeying beneath skin. The senses heighten and your hair stand like static between balloons. The suspense is brewing. Bad thoughts turn scary train, and the conductor is a ventriloquist tool to instill fear in sleep paralysis. The analysis brain makes with rational and insane. Why fear the back seat when the driver controls the doom? Feel the unjustified knife press firmly to gullet, preventing sound, escaping gulp lodge screams at the threshold. Is this real? Are they here? Or does the mind strength hold delusions of reality tied to what ifs about neighborhoods and friendships? The only thing to fear is fear itself. And as the first poem, there's a second one. This is called Black. Forgotten Black, you lack memory. Miss reflections whilst brushing teeth during morning routine, focused on the hair and not the middle with the face because I've chased reality back into its hole in the closet. Once again, drawn the curtain and dodged shadows on my walls so closely resembles me, I see charcoal on whitewashed backgrounds. The sound of soul in my throat slowly squashed to fit in its rocky white voice box. The news turns on. The silver screen begins to flash, and another life resembling my reflection is taken once again. Hollow cries comfort me from within, and my ancestors scream at lungs high. I thought it was about being raceless. Someone should have told me that sounds racist. I'm Black. And there's just no fighting that. No denying the crying at night from lost memories of injustice. Push impressions resurface and give black light to dirty fingerprints. Check the media, scroll and see the trending dark meat. The slaves tied up and held down, the deafening sounds of lives taken too soon for being too scary, too dominant, too overpowering, too dark and mysterious. Black. And then I have a song. So hopefully get like that. when it's so dark, we all forget who we are. Finally at peace, I don't ever wanna see going in so blindly. I forget these bounds set up by humanity when it's so dark. My shackles have fallen home to the colorless, home to my friends, but home all depends on when it's so dark. We all become one shade of skin. My eyes match yours, and we are friends. The bounds of society can't break my chain to you and me. Oh, when it's so dark. Your skin all match mine, and our eyes are colorless, and nature's so beautiful, even when it's so dark. And if you guys have time for me, I
Yes.
can do a little snippet of
Yes.
what I was planning. So
Yes, we do have time.
yeah, okay. All right, awesome. So I have my handy dandy guitar here. And turn it on original sound. Okay, so this is just a black artist. You guys should know the song. It's beautiful. I love it. So. See the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, I wanna spend most time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. And that's that. Thank you guys for letting me have the platform.
Thank you.
Snap, snap. Yay.
Put your social medias in the chat, Dominique,
Okay.
please. And yeah, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Super glad that you were able to make it, even though you're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. So, and then any plans coming up? Are you going to any poetry slams or anything?
After this, I'm actually going to El Paso. Well, not physically, clearly, through the Zoom. There is an El Paso mic happening at 8 o'clock Mountain Time tonight. But if you can't make it to that, there's I also go to on Wednesdays Broken Mic Night, which is in Spokane, Washington. So that's another time difference. But yeah, I'll put the Zoom IDs inside of the
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let us get a hold of you somehow. Tell people how to get a hold of you on Instagram and whatnot, and feel free to put whatever else kind of links in the chat. But everyone, give it up for Dominique.
Way to go, young lady.
Thank you.
And wait, are you open for collaborations? Are you open to collaborate, Dominique?
Yes, I'm open to collaborate.
Then put your email and your Insta and whatever you want in there, and so I'm sure people
Okay.
will hit you up. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Next up, and I apologize for we're running a little bit behind. That's my fault. We had some technical difficulties. We are we're on Facebook Live right now, but we weren't able to go to Instagram Live at the same time. YouTube. We're on Instagram Live right now, but we're not on YouTube. But can I please welcome to the stage Dr. Crystal Jackson of the NAACP of Tulare and Kings County.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good evening, everyone. We had our program this morning, and I'm just sitting here listening to everything that's going on right now. And I find just a peace coming about that comes within your spirit. And within the spirit, during the time of oppression, the time that is upon us right now, we as people, we always look to music. Music is the drumbeat of my heart, our heart. And when you lose sight and focus of the things that are happening because of the distractions from the left and the right, sometimes you need that drum beat to bring you back to your point, to your center. And this morning we had our guest speaker, the Honorable Cynthia Sterling, and her topic was life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And tonight I asked the same question. We're living in a troubled time. As was Dr. King Jr. living in a troubled time. He was dealing with the racism, the bigotry, the oppression. And if you look at what is going on around you right now, in some fashion, you can look at this and say, wow, like the gentleman said earlier, we've come a long way, but we still have so far to go. And we've come to a place where we've become complacent. And when we become complacent, that's when the enemy begins to rise. And it has risen up to its, just like a pustule, to the very top of the skin. You witnessed it live last week as the insurrection took place in the Capitol. Many of them, for the first time, felt what it was like to feel oppressed. We have felt oppressed for a very long time. In some way, some fashion, some form. But last week, that insurrection that was brought on in the Senate, they were subjugated to cruelty, force, and they were tormented. Can you imagine that? Well, Dr. King Jr., he had to not only imagine it, he lived it. And as strong activists, as strong speakers, and those that have the soul of music, I sung this morning, but I will not sing tonight. Continue to strive to be a better you. Continue to strive to lift someone up, not to continue to push people down. We have enough of that going on in the everyday workplace, in the stores, on the streets, within your own family. I know some of you probably feel ostracized. But I'm telling you today, people, as a leader in the community and just as a human being, show compassion for your fellow man. Show love and empathy in the time of their sorrow. When they have joy with them. Don't hate on them. Because you too, darkness shall arise upon you. And when that darkness arises, you want somebody to stand there with you.
Right.
And freedom, as he stated, freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. So tonight, I encourage you, I urge you to demand your rights, to speak up for yourself, advocate for those that cannot advocate for themselves, or they don't know what it is that's being done. Because it can be masked very well. And that's why we're at the point that we are today, people. We became complacent. Racism, all the things that he went through, it's still here. It didn't go anywhere. It just put a different face, and it took on a different fashion. It was still here. We just chose to not see it. And now it's bold. It's in your face. I will march to your door. I will break your door down. I will destroy democracy. I will keep you held down. I will force your face to the ground. I will take your last breath. I will watch you stand. I will stand while you're in death. Tonight, I speak to you, my people, across the land, through the country. Know that we hear your voice, but we don't run in terror. We stand strong. We stand proud. We continue to stand. In a pandemic, we stand. That is the state of also being oppressed, because people have lost their jobs. People have lost their benefits. People have become depressed. People are suicidal. I deal with these things. I see these things on an everyday basis. But I encourage you like I encourage them. Do not be discouraged. Continue to put one foot beside the other. Don't be afraid to lend your hand out. I'm sure there's someone waiting to grab on because they're holding on for dear life. And I thank you for the opportunity to be on tonight, to speak to you. And that with that, I will say thank you.
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around.
Turn around.
Yes.
Turn me around.
No.
Turn
Turn
me around.
around.
Keep on walking up that freedom road.
There you go. Yes.
You're beautiful, sister.
Thank
Praise
you.
God.
Thank
Good
you.
message. Good message.
Thank
Thank you so much.
you.
Me, I'm next. So you don't have to find it.
All right.
It's my turn. So I will introduce myself. How about that? Unless you
Okay.
wanted a break. Can
No,
you hear
yeah.
me okay?
Go for it, Dr. Lucia.
Okay. So yes, I am Dr. Lucia Vasquez. I am a Chicana community activist, gran entremetida. For those of you that are Spanish impaired, that means I'm a busybody and interloper. I get in everybody's business, but that's okay because I do it for good reasons. So because I come from a family of activists, I wear my pearls with intention today because I want to talk to you about justice. I think that Martin Luther King stood for justice. And I just want to say that RBG's in the house. Even though she's gone, I think she's one of those people that stood for justice. But before I go any farther, I want to do a shout out to the organizers, especially here in the Central Valley, where we have a lot of oppression and a lot of nay thinkers and a lot of haters. Thank you for standing up and just saying, what? There's no MLK event? Let's do something. So a big shout out. I'm a big supporter of let's get it done. Let's do it. Everybody knows that Dr. Martin Luther King stood for nonviolence and that he had a dream and that he stood for things, that he spent a lifetime, doing the work. And I've been seeing so many posts today and through the week, and I learned some stuff new. Did you realize, for instance, that Dr. King finished high school at 15 He had his bachelor's by the time he was 22, and he got his doctorate at 26. For somebody who got their doctorate at 61 years old, getting it as 26 is just something, because then he became Dr. Martin Luther King and dedicated his entire life, for as long as it lasted, to justice and to injustice and to doing things in a nonviolent way. So I just want to read a couple of his quotes, because I think nobody can say things as well as he could about him. So the first one is, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. So in one of the most difficult times of this country, he was preaching love. And again, I just want to do a shout out to Dr. Jackson and repeat her call to action, that we need to do something, but do it in love. You know, one of his other quotes that I wanted to look at was the idea that love is the most durable power in the world. Nobody says it's easy, but love is durable, and love can do that. Which brings me to my favorite quote of all, which is not Dr. King's, but Dr. Cornell West, is that justice is what love looks like in public. So we want to talk about love, but we're dealing not just love your brother, love your mother, love your pets, do all that, but what are we going to do about the rest of the world? And justice is what love looks like in public. So I really just came to also do a commercial, to do a shout out, because I'm part of a group that is supporting a mobile mural project that was inspired by the local Black Lives Matter movement. They came up with so many challenges. Every time they put some stuff up, there was violence, there was we had some of them stored at COS and somebody peed on them. Every time they go up, somebody complains and they're taken down. So we are supporting that effort, that community effort that was an ebb and flow. People would come and put up signs. People would come and drop off water. It was truly a community effort. So those of us in this committee that we're working with, and we're sponsoring the Ricardo Favela Chicano Art Project, we are sponsoring a mobile mural. We're going to be putting up a mural on 4x4 panels. It's going to be mobile, so that we can put it up, we can watch over it, we can take it down, and we can take it somewhere else. And Justin is going to put the email that's called seen and unseen 1@gmail.com is the email, so that you can submit. We're looking for submissions. The deadline for submissions is Wednesday at 11 a.m. I'm sorry. So in a couple of days. But those of you that are artists, and the theme is reimagining justice. So we want to reimagine justice with some love, and we want to go positive into this light and bring the light with us. That's all I have for today, but I have the honor of introducing our next guest. Our next speaker is Mr. Roberto de la Rosa, who is here from Tulare County, who co-founded Ola Raza. He's been a mentor to hundreds, I would say hundreds of lawyers and people to become attorneys that are fighting justice within the justice system. And he's personally, for 40, 50 years, every Friday, he does a radio show to talk to people about immigrant rights and answer their questions, talk about standing up and being there. He's, like I said, he's mentored hundreds of people. They've helped thousands of families with their issues and be their voice for them. He's been on multiple boards, but I'll let you tell him all about himself. Roberto, it's your turn. I'm trying to give you minutes, but I keep talking. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much, everybody. And again, thank you for the invitation. I'll tell you what, I think it's great. And it is so significant for me. When I thought about MLK, Martin Luther King, and thought about all the different things in my life, I keep thinking about folks who have been my heroes, people that I really admire. And obviously, the one person that stands out is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So what I want to do is, I see the connection, something that have existed in our Latino community, within the farm worker movement, the immigrant movement, something that has been there that says, we're all one people, we're all together in this, and this is a country of immigrants, whether we came here voluntarily or not so voluntarily. So usually when I talk about this sort of things, I usually start with part of the farm worker prayer that if you will indulge me, it just one part that says, show me the suffering of the most miserable, so I will know my people's plight. That to me is also part of who we are, each and every one of us. We have to see that kind of reality. What I want to do is I want to share with you the words of a very wise man, to me, a great man, a visionary, a real humanist, and what I would call a once in a lifetime human rights advocate. And I will read to you a message, and then I'll tell you, where it comes from and how it fits in, to the celebration of Martin Luther King Jr.'s life. The message starts out like this. It says, I'm deeply moved by your courage in fasting as your personal sacrifice for justice through nonviolence. Your past and present commitment is eloquent testimony to the constructive power of nonviolent action and the destructive impotence of violent reprisal. You stand today as a living example of Gandhian tradition with its great force for social progress and its healing spiritual power. My colleagues and I commend you for your bravery, salute you for your tireless work against poverty and injustice, and pray for your health and your continuing service as one of the outstanding men of America. The plight of your people and ours is so grave that we all desperately need the inspiring example and effective leadership you have given. Now, these words were written by Martin Luther King Jr., president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and delivered by Western Union Telegraph to Cesar Chavez of the United Farm Workers in Delano, California, during his fast for life. And again, I look at the words, I read the words, and they're so inspiring. Some of them are so special. Just looking at where we are today, where we were on January the 6th. And again, I hear the words, the constructive power of nonviolent action and the destructive impotence of violent reprisal. Again, I believe that we saw that impotence on the 6th. I think the words coming from Martin Luther King to the leader of our farm worker movement, when he was fasting, when he was showing the world that you can accomplish things through nonviolence, but not by being idle, but by actually being active, but being nonviolent. I think those words are so valuable today. I think they will continue to be valuable tomorrow. And I think they're very, very inspirational. Again, I wanted to read this to everybody because I think we have to go back and realize why someone would dedicate his entire life to a social movement, to a movement for justice, to do all the things that Martin Luther King did. And again, I wanted to share those words with you. They're very significant. And again, I'm very, very pleased to be here with you and for you to share this space, allowing me to share this space with you. And again, Lucia says that I often just keep on talking, and I'm gonna try not to do that tonight. But if you have any questions about who I am or what we do, yeah, I'll be more than glad to answer a few questions. Thank you. All right, Lucia.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Yeah, he's with Ola Raza. If you have any questions, put it in the chat, and everything. And yeah, thank you, Dr. Lucia Vasquez, for speaking. And I also want to say, Dr. Crystal Jackson, that was an amazing speech that you gave. And I think she put information on how to go to their monthly meetings. It is the third Thursday at 6 p.m. Email naacp1039@gmail.com to receive the Zoom, and I definitely plan to do that, and I encourage everyone else that's interested. She's the president of the NAACP of Tulare and Kings County, and I encourage anyone that's interested to get involved. Is Sawtell in the building? Is there anybody by the name of Sawtell in the building?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Do you have anything for us?
Yeah. Okay. So, sorry, I don't have.
Who are you, by the way?
I'm Sawtell.
I see a guitar background. Are you gonna play guitar for us?
Yeah. No. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying, I'm sorry I don't have any music or anything like that. I'm actually, I'm a high school teacher for 7 years now, and I was asked if I could speak, and I can speak. But no, I don't have music. But what I wanted to talk about was MLK. I'm gonna commandeer the screen here. I wanted to talk about MLK, and I wanted to talk specifically about the sanitized history of Martin Luther King and these forgotten issues of him. But yeah, let me introduce myself. I'll talk about Martin Luther King, and then the problems that he faced that sometimes we forget, and I'll talk about things that we can do to volunteer and address the things that he faced. So a bit about myself. I'm actually originally from San Diego, or in the El Centro area, Southern California. My brother was my biggest inspiration for getting involved in this movement and being aware of these issues that plague our society. I thought about asking other people like, hey, what do you do? And that sort of thing. But I'll just stick to me. I teach, but I also learn as well. I'm actually working towards my master's in history over at Fresno State. And I said that I wanted to talk about this sanitized history of Martin Luther King. A lot of the times when we do these searches on Google for Martin Luther King quotes, we kind of get just that we get the love that he expressed, and that hope that he expressed. I did a Google search, for example, and I found this quote: "Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice," which is from his "I Have a Dream" speech. And that's a nice quote to put on a poster and have in a classroom. And it doesn't antagonize anyone. But with the history that sometimes some of us have learned in our history books, I'm 34 years old, and I pretty much only got the history of that he was just an inspiring person, but really he was speaking to another side. He was speaking to a people and spoke about those people. So basically what I'm saying is civil rights history and MLK has been sanitized and whitewashed to become more palatable to the masses, which has stagnated progress towards MLK's dream, which I'll talk about right now. But just to give context, we've seen the food drives that in our history books, which are all well, and nothing wrong with that. But there was also some of the times in our history books currently is we forget that there were riots. MLK advocated for peaceful riots, but there was another side that he did talk about. He did talk about the White Citizens Council, the Ku Klux Klanners, and what was happening on the other side. These are pictures from the Library of Congress that I got this morning to show that this is not something that we always see in our history books. He did in his for example, in his his letter from Birmingham jail, he did talk about what the other side had been doing. He said, "It is unfortunate that demonstrations are taking place in Birmingham, but it is even more unfortunate that the city's white power structure left the Negro community with no alternative." These are his words. And this is not usually something that you would get in your high school. Lamentably, it is an historical fact that privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily. And I actually heard that from one of our speakers earlier. But one of the most powerful quotes that I've got from Birmingham jail was this right here. "I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than justice." And it's that last part to me that stands out about someone would be willing to sacrifice people of colored, a community of color and their equity for order and for justice. And that's what I wanted to get to about like this call to action. But before I do this call to action, I feel that we must acknowledge the problems that that MLK had been facing, and it wasn't it wasn't just about him acknowledging this, but it was also acknowledged at the government level as well. And now, when he said that he was disappointed in the moderate, and like the moderate would side with the white supremacists for the sake of order and law and order. It makes me think this question: are we becoming two different Americas? Because that's kind of like what MLK had been. I feel like that was the message that MLK was kind of conveying in a sense. And so I was saying that Congress had also seen these problems as well. I'm going to skip this for the sake of time, but after these riots in Detroit, after these riots in Detroit, the president at that time, LBJ, he was able to get this 11 member committee headed by the governor of Illinois, Kerner, and they came up with this report, and they acknowledged the same problems that MLK was talking about. There was a lack of economic opportunity for people of color. There was failed housing, failed education, and failed social services for people of color. The Kerner report, commission report also said there was a biased media in favor of white supremacy. Overall, there was an institutionalized racism. The basic conclusion was, according to the Kerner report, was that our nation was moving toward two societies, one black, one white, separate and equal. And the solution is that there needed to be a realization of common opportunities. If necessary, new taxes should be enacted. And that right there is also something that according to for the time period, the white moderate would have been entirely against, was new taxes. Because although new taxes would allow for better these better government programs to better the housing, so that people of color were not forced into inner cities, so that they would be able to get home loans so that they could live in better homes. So this this led to again, as what the basic conclusion was for the Kerner report is that there would be two separate Americas. And now MLK actually had something to say about the Kerner report himself. He said it was a physician's warning of approaching death with a prescription for life. The prescription being government programs to help the communities of color. Because as long as that was happening, as long as there were these domestic issues plaguing the people of color and plaguing these communities, then that would lead to resentment, and it would lead to disappointment, and leading to more riots. However, when Richard Nixon ran for president in 1970 or 1969, he was elected by what he called the silent majority. The silent majority were those people who were okay with sacrificing equity for the sake of order. And what happened is that Nixon was able to elect Southern conservatives to the Supreme Court. It was able to slow down desegregation in the schools. And although Nixon was able to be called the father of affirmative action, he gained that title begrudgingly. So the question now is, like, what do we do? How would we stop ourselves from becoming two different Americas? An America that is aware of these issues, or an America that would sacrifice equity for the sake of order? Well, I would say get registered to vote, volunteer. I'm with BLM Hanford. We're actually looking for people right now, especially with things in education, because there's an issue with education. I could talk about it further, but I won't. But educate, not just listen to what other people have to say, but also learn how to talk to others as well, and express what issues that are being faced. And the one thing that for sure MLK would say is, do not be a bystander. Don't sacrifice equity for law and order. Don't stand on the outside. Do something about it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Chantel. That was awesome for the PowerPoint presentation and all the information. That was excellent. I don't know how many minutes you went over, but it's okay because it was actually good info. But it's probably the teacher in you. The teacher in you just
yeah.
Anyway, what's
Very
the cat's
good.
name back there? But anyway, we have Lisa Alvarado up next. And I want to welcome Lisa from Women Wise, if Lisa is here. Lisa, are you here?
Hi, good evening. I'm here.
Hey, Loto.
Woo, 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 Lisa.
Hi, Lotto. I guess I'll just jump right in. Shout out Sawtell. That was pretty dope. I guess to also speak to that, he was also known as a womanizer too. So when folks who want to embody justice and envision justice, it's also nice to be inclusive of striving to be better. But not to turn the mood a little bit damper, because we do want to shed light on the folks in the room. Buddy Jones, thank you so much. That was beautiful. Your drumming, and then to just give us a testimony to what you and other organizers in the Zoom virtual world have been doing. Thank you. Yeah, so all I'm here to chat about is what's going on locally. I think Sawtell set a pretty good platform for a call to action, and a way to respond to that locally is there's an art exhibition going on for the entire month of January. For those that like to view safely, you can view it virtually. I'll go ahead and drop the details in the chat, but it's with Arts Visalia. It is on behalf of, if anybody has been paying attention, what's been going on with the signs. Dr. Lucia Vasquez touched a little bit on that earlier, but a little bit of backstory is at El Diamante, some youth organizers just basically were looking to express safely, and they had some posters that got placed up at El Diamante after about 2 weeks of them being up, community kind of came in and vandalized them and taken them down. Things escalated and it got really physical. That's when the district stepped in and asked if the signs to be housed somewhere safely. They went over to COS. Those of you who've been following along know that those stayed up maybe a couple days before community started vandalizing those. They were urinated on. After a couple of phone calls from, I presume, some Karens, the COS had asked those to be removed. Graciously, Exotic Reptiles offered their backspace to do a community mural, which was dope, very beautiful. That also lasted about a couple days before it was vandalized, and the Exotic Reptiles place actually received death threats. So it has been a turbulent and tumultuous ride for our young people. They have been feeling silenced and isolated, and the community hasn't been in uproar, which is telling to them that support isn't here. So we stepped in with Women Wise and decided to offer, we knew physically our students needed to get this out of their bodies. Like, I'm kind of like feeling it now and just kind of repeating the story. So we contacted a local psychologist and we're like, what can we do? She was like, expression, expression, expression to the max, include as many colors, include as many safe adults. It was the beginning of COVID. So we put out baby picnics at 6 feet apart, had them express, share their narrative. We then took them, placed them on St. Paul's Church. Thank you to Reverend Ward at St. Paul's and the community there. They offered that entire fence on Main and Hall as a safe space. So then we placed them onto the fence, and then a couple of days later hired Urbanist Collective to unify the message by just writing Unite. We wanted to give these students an energetic signature of hope. And with the church, those of you who know, Susie calls that her prayer fence. So she prays over it every Sunday. And so with the messages of Trans Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, it was being prayed over by the community, and it was visibly there to be celebrated. That lasted a week until one man, one older white gentleman came and destroyed it himself. The community came back. We did the exact same thing a second time. And then we were served with a citation by the city of Visalia for violating a poster ordinance. Evidently, there's something by the name of snipe. So all that to say, these posters have had a journey. These students that have created these posters have had a journey. The community has jumped in. So if you want to see those posters in detail in its rawness, you can at Arts Visalia until the 30th. Virtual tours are accessible, but also they do private tours. So if you in a +1, +2, +3 want to go in there, you have the entire exhibition to yourself. It's titled Surviving and Thriving. So there are other exhibitions there, but ours specifically is in the side room, and some of the young women are selling their artwork, and 100% of the proceeds go to them. There's a 10% that goes to Arts Visalia for being so helpful and offering us the platform. But just wanted to share with community, that is a legitimate call to action. If we can prove to community that there are other narratives in here, I think we would be a lasting impact on our youth organizers who are feeling a little isolated and a little shut out. I think they could use that support. Also, you can use this for your family to springboard off conversation at what's happening locally. So why it's actually more imperative that we continue to have conversations with our family, our siblings, and our community. And another thing is the Voices of the Central Valley is a local cohort of youth organizers. They have been following along our neighbors experiencing homelessness. And those of you that are familiar with the injustices that our marginalized community understand that our most marginalized, our most vulnerable, all suffer from discrimination, and they just bear the brunt of that. So they have been evicted. We're 130 of our neighbors experiencing homelessness from St. John's, and the Voices of the Central Valley youth were there on the scene taking pictures and supporting our neighbors. So they have issued a call to action for some support that they're going to be going to City Council on Tuesday and just asking some questions. And so for community allies, that's another call to action. And lastly, if you are interested in sharing more on how race, diversity, equity, inclusion, and re-envisioning the future, you want to have a piece in that with your artwork, there is a call to action for poets, lyricists, spoken word artists, musicians, any crafts artisan that you are. what Dr. Lucia Vasquez mentioned with the Re-envisioning Justice, with the Seen and Unseen project. So I do want to implore you to use your art for good. That's what helps us heal. That's what helps us conversate. That's what helps us move emotion. So thank you for this space. I really appreciate your time and your energy and uplifting everybody else in the room. I know it's been energetically difficult for us, but I'm happy to see these spaces and be participating. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Very, very well said. Put all your information in the chat, Lisa, about how to get in touch with you. Tino Reyes. Is there a Tino Reyes in the house?
Here.
You're here? I don't see you. Say something. There you are. All right, take it away, Tino. The stage is yours.
Okay.
Can't kill the dream. A nation conquering outer space was bitterly divided by race. A time one could be killed simply for the color of their skin. From racial hatred, violence, and segregation to humanize the heart, keeping the races apart, rose one man for freedom, that all were created equal. He took on his city in the deep South, in the face of hate, hanging men, lynching used as terror. In the face of violence, used nonviolent protests against injustice and humiliation. Day in and day out, long suffered, whites only, colored not allowed. So all races, all ages joined in marches, boycotts, and peaceful protests, lived in fear and received threats. The KKK was made up of everyday citizens, from police all the way up to judges, a stronghold of systemic racism. Law and order was kept with brute force. Black houses bombed so often Birmingham was known as Bombingham. King stood for the ideals of this nation and that of the Constitution, yet was arrested for disturbing the peace, because you can't kill the dream. He said it was moral to break an unjust law and wrote the Manifesto for Justice, knowing it wouldn't be bloodless. They could be hurt or killed, yet they peacefully protested, only to be met with attack dogs, fire hoses, beatings, mass arrests, tear gas, nightsticks, and bull whips. The world watched in horror. This tugged on the hearts of Americans. After much toil in 1956, segregation was legally ended, but much work was still needed to dismantle it. In 1963, 250,000 people marched on Washington, D.C., an equal number of white people and Black people hand in hand, united for a purpose. He gave his "I Have a Dream" speech. Just when people united on this idea, fear and anger tolerates cruelty, and hatred pushed back and bombed a Baptist church with children in it. Shattered stained glass blinded a choir girl, the only one to survive the ordeal. Angered and hurt, Martin still asked that we respond with nonviolence. And so to the next victory. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act for Equality called for the end of discrimination in every state. Next was passed the 1964 Voting Rights Act to try and fight voter suppression. All this was 50 years ago. Has so much changed? We've come so far with so far yet to go. The hoods have come off, boldly showing their might of hatred and violence in plain sight, trying to take us back in history, a time of their power and our misery. Will our Civil War ever end? We marched this summer for the same reasons, for justice and equal protection under the law, yet minority deaths keep happening. The youth led the way, that Black lives matter. I wrote poetry, but the teens received death threats. So instead, I provided security, because you can't kill a dream. Dr. Martin Luther King said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth will leave half the world blind and toothless. fighting against violence. I'm living proof of this. I only bring this up to say that Martin Luther King's message is as relevant as ever today. A struggle for decency, to rid the extremist behavior towards people of color. He spoke for those who didn't have a voice. Pursuing his dream, he put his life on the line. He said, you can't be free until you overcome your fear of death. I have a dream that my children will be judged, not on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character. He predicted, I may not get there to see with you to see it. Lo, he was assassinated, stood up for truth, for righteousness, gave his life for freedom, died for justice, said, we shall overcome the legacy of bigotry and injustice. This has repeated itself in cycles, it seems, joined his heavenly redeemer. You can kill the dream, but you cannot kill the dreamer. For the struggle for these things continues. He paid the ultimate price, and while I wholeheartedly appreciate his sacrifice, he helped us level up from forms of oppression. And tonight is a celebration of his life. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Well said.
Thank you, Tim.
That was beautiful. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Stick around.
Great job.
Tino, stick around for the open forum section. But up next, and also anyone that's wanting to do a speech or music or poetry, you're more than welcome to at the open forum section. Next, we have JD Garza, and then we will have Dr. Sudarshan Kapoor from Fresno State, then Dee Allen, and then Olivia Holvik, Hector Castaneda, Loto Lovelady, Edward Hernandez, Io Wise, and then that's open. And then it's open forum. So everyone, just be aware of the of time, and please welcome to the stage JD Garza. Are you there, JD?
Yeah, I'm right here. Hello, everyone. I'm JD Garza. I grew up in Corcoran. I live here in Hanford. I just want to, I know there's been shout outs already, but shout outs to everybody that has performed, spoken, and special shout out to the organizers of this event. This is super awesome that we get to come together, even in a time where we're not able to come together in large groups and things like that. It's really awesome that we can. I know I'll be brief with my speaking and I'll play quickly, but I think whenever I think about these things, whether it's Martin Luther King Jr. holiday or these events where we're going and protesting and coming together and organizing and everything there, a lot of the times what happens is the hype of everything is natural to gravitate towards. But oftentimes when we do that, we're not really too sure what the tangible things are that we can do once we leave something like this. And so what do? I don't think that I've been a bad person. I don't see myself as racist. I see myself as anti-racist. But what does that mean to me, and what does that look like if I've never engaged with anything like that? So with that, I just wanted to impart some thoughts, advice, if you will, in what you can do. We don't have to take these, as an individual, you don't have to take these huge, grandiose steps that proclaim your anti-racism. Every time that we see it, oftentimes these racist actions or these moments of injustice, they happen all around us in very small ways and not just in these huge ways. And so what I hope that we can do is just take those small steps that are appropriate for you, that make sense to you. If that means that is volunteering on a larger scale within the community, do it, right? Make those steps to make the change that you want to see. But if it's something where it's even looking internally and looking at what's going on within your home, what can you do there? These things, as we start to unify, and as we continue to unify, I should say, I think that it's not looking at these huge steps that are a pat on the backs for ourselves, but it's these steps that are helpful in our own way that make changes for ourselves. And with that being said, I'm going to play a song that I wrote called Into the Woods, because I think that it's a good reflection of not really knowing where to go from here, but being willing to take on the unknown in stride and with pleasure. So. When I look into your eyes, I see the world spinning round and around, and I don't know what to say to you, what to do with my hands and my shoes are stuck like glue. No, I think I've done it again. I've fallen for you. How do you make it so easy to fall in love? And I'm looking at the world in a different way because of you. So thank you for that. Is this love? Is it love? It is love. Oh yeah. Now I'm gonna need your help to navigate this path, 'cause I don't know my left from my right, and I didn't bring a map. Or maybe we wander aimlessly, 'cause we got nowhere to be. But time is on our side, I think. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Into the woods. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Into the woods. So come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go into the woods. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, JD.
That was nice.
Good stuff, JD. Put your stuff in the chat, your social media and all that, how we can get a hold of you and all that. So,
Justin?
yes.
Buddy? Hey, listen, I have to go because I have to get a prescription for my wife that's needed.
Okay.
So this has been soul food for my soul, man. And I just want to thank you and everybody else who participated.
Thank you, buddy. Everyone say goodbye to Buddy.
Bye, buddy. We love you.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Buddy.
So nice to meet you. I really did. Bye. Jones, Mr. Jones.
So, buddy, this will be, you can watch it on the live after it's documented on Facebook, so don't worry about missing it. Next up, and everyone else from now on, I'm sorry, but we have to cut it to 5 minutes each, and then until the open forum, and we can go all the way till midnight and into the next evening or whatever, but we can go 24 hours for all I care. But let me welcome to the stage Dr. Sudarshan Kapoor from Fresno State University. Are you here, Doctor?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I really want to deeply express my very, very deep and heartfelt thanks to you for having me on your program. And thanks for reaching us out in Fresno. Let me briefly tell me a little bit about myself. I have been with Fresno State for quite some time. I joined the Faculty of Social Work in 1967. Though I retired some time back, but I came back. I am still now teaching on a part-time basis. Now I'm teaching in the Department of Philosophy, and I teach classes and courses in peace and conflict studies. Presently, I am teaching peace building and conflict transformation. I have been with the Martin Luther King Unity Committee, City of Fresno, since it was established in 1983. So we have been celebrating and observing Dr. King holiday since 1984, 2 years before federal holiday was declared. Currently, I am the chair of the Martin Luther King Unity Committee, City of Fresno. And when I got your call to collaborate with you, to connect with you and provide the speakers, so I was personally very much excited about it. I tried to actually get some other people. Everybody is busy, so I said, well, let me volunteer myself. So I am here with you, and I really have enjoyed all the speakers. So far, actually, wonderful collection of speakers and leaders you have in Visalia is amazing. You have created, I don't know how long you have been working, but looks like that you have quite a fine group of people in Visalia, and you should also probably create an ongoing committee or some kind of a structure so that you observe Dr. King's holiday and observance of Dr. King holiday actually every year. We have been doing all these years actually. This year we had to downsize the program because of this pandemics like that over there. I have here just a few thoughts that I put it in writing. I normally tend to actually go in all different directions being a professor. So I thought that I will put some thoughts in writing so that actually in view of the time to stay on time. Today is a federal holiday in honor of Dr. King's 92nd birthday, which is being observed across the nation and abroad. I come from India. I have been here quite some time in this country. I actually came to the United States just 2 days after Dr. King gave his speech, I Have a Dream. I just missed his speech, so I read it later on in the newspapers. Friend of mine in New York gave me all that. So I missed his speech. Actually, I Have a Dream speech. So I just arrived a couple of days late, actually. So I have been here that long. So his birthday is also observed and celebrated in India also like that. I thought I'd let you, and many other countries too, like that over there. Let us take a moment to reflect on the life and legacy of this legendary and iconic figure of our times and in the history of this nation. He is the one who has inspired millions of us. And I see all of you over there who are so fully inspired and energized and sharing with us your wisdom, experience, and thoughts like that. Dr. King was a drum major for justice and righteousness. He was an uncompromising champion of nonviolence and human rights. He was not only a dreamer who gave I Have a Dream speech, one of the most known and famous speech in the history. He was also a doer, a great doer. His activism and nonviolent protest became a triumph of courage and love. His words sparked a nonviolent revolution in this nation. His life informs us and enlightens us. His dream sustains us and nurtures us. His words inspires us and empowers us. His struggle energizes us and strengthens us. His cause still endures and the dream is still alive. It is a time, my dear friends, brothers and sisters, for healing, not polarizing. This is what he would advise. What has happened on January 6th is a shame. It's a dark chapter in the history of this nation. Very unfortunate. People across the world actually are looking for leadership to this country. And something like that happening is a very shameful act. Very, very shameful act. It is a dark spot on the democratic culture and society of this nation. It will take time to do the healing. So Dr. King would say that it is a time for healing, not for polarizing. It is a time for compassion and for forgiveness and not for provocation. It's a time for understanding, not for finger pointing. It's a time for civility and unity, not for discord and disruption. It's a time to serve those who are in need and who are suffering under the present circumstances. It's a time to love, not to hate. On this day, my dear brothers and sisters, let us commit ourselves to nonviolence and nonviolent protest. Dr. King gave us a blueprint to carry the fights and struggles for justice, equality, and human rights. He taught us, he showed us the path how to do it. Let us not forget that. Let us be the beacon of light. Let us set aside our differences for the greater good of all. Let us work together to realize the dream of Dr. King in creating the beloved community and the symphony of brotherhood. Let us remember that we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all of us indirectly. My dear friends, my dear brothers and sisters, Dr. King's message of justice, peace, and human dignity and human rights is timeless. It's relevant today, it's relevant tomorrow, and it will be relevant day after. Thank you very much for having me on your program. I wish you all the best. Let us collaborate in future. Visalia and Fresno can work together. We have encouraged people actually and friends in other communities also, like in Hanford and Tulare next door to you. So we have encouraged actually to have Dr. King celebration. And I also want to share with you, I have met Cesar Chavez. I have worked with him. We have a monument at Fresno State in the Peace Garden, which is my legacy. We have a memorial for Dr. King, Gandhi, Cesar Chavez, and Jane Addams. And pretty soon we are going to have a memorial for Nelson Mandela in the Peace Garden so that the future generations remember what sacrifice these great leaders, these great icons have made for us so that we could live in freedom and peace. Thank you very much, my dear brother Justin, for having me on your program.
Thank you. Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
So that thank you for that speech, Doctor. Let's collaborate in the future. And I also want to say, it's not just me organizing it. It was me and Black Lives Matter of Hanford that put this whole thing on. So we're just trying to get the counties, Kings County, Tulare County, and Fresno County all connected and to make a difference. So we'll be in touch, and I appreciate you for coming on such late notice, and everyone else too. So I will be emailing you about future collaborations because I am definitely interested. So
and thank you very much. We wish you all the best in your leadership. In such a short time, you have put together such a remarkable program, to be very honest, like that. I am really impressed, amazed like that, actually. And we would love to work with you. And if anybody has any question, I will be very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
All right, peace. Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. If you want to put your email, or if I can, in the chat box, feel free to do that.
Sure, I will do that.
And so you're the professor of peace and
conflict studies.
Peace and conflict studies.
That's right.
Awesome. All right. If anyone needs to take a class, I might need to take that.
I have a lot of students in Visalia who have taken classes from me, actually. A lot of them.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's move along. Let me welcome to the stage someone that I really admire their poetry a lot, and from the Bay Area, Mr. D. Allen. Welcome.
Welcome. And I'm going to dovetail with what Sawtell mentioned earlier. From the anthology book, Civil Liberties United. From pages 20 to 23, this is called Without Teeth. 42 years ago, 52 now, his precious life was snatched from us, the will of assassins, inert black flesh. And someone is not muted.
That is my fault. Or it is the host. We have 3 hosts. Can someone, one of the hosts, find the unmuted person and mute them?
Okay, let me start again. Without teeth. 42 years ago, 52 now, his precious life was snatched from us, the will of assassins, inert black flesh. A sudden rifle blast ripped through the early April Memphis morning, then through him, the peacemaker. A world based on total equality remained a dream in stillbirth. His life was stolen by parties unknown, given to the dark abyss. His body, given to the cold ground. His dream, left unknown generations thereafter. 52 years later, the pin drop is the only sound heard over an enveloping silence. No one really mourns for him. No acknowledgement of his untimely demise, his life's work done in vain. Candles aren't lit for the son of Atlanta's soil. Activists have given the integrationist of yore the collective brush off. A national holiday commemorating his birth occurs every January, and it's just another day from slaving away for teachers and bosses. Yes, he's been to the mountaintop without us. Yes, he's had a dream, and yet no one knows what that dream was or for whom. The sum of his achievements on his earthly plane reduced to 4 or 5 simple words, 2 phrases carrying little meaning to the average person now. I have a dream. I've been to the mountaintop. His other traits are clearly forgotten, lost in the dissonance of those same 4 or 5 words repeated like some holy mantra in most minds of this generation. Anti-war, anti-imperialist, pro-worker, poverty's enemy, third world insurrections advocate, mouthpiece against this Western empire. That man is never spoken of in establishment circles. That man was neutralized before his work could take fruition. That Georgia preacher's son would have fought back if tested hard enough. Liberals, conservatives, white Christians, corporations, praise into the sky, the peacemaker today would have called him troublemaker yesterday. So much easier to give accolades to a man of peace long after he's dead. Accolades shouted out loud to the great 20th century Black Christian myth of a saint, a nonviolent man, a once living dream of racial tolerance, a leader who ignored internecine wars elsewhere, an American Black hero without teeth. Safe in contrast to other Black heroes of the past, starting with shrewd inciters of slave revolts from Ghana to Haiti to the Amistad, continuing through today's political prisoners and the voices of the unheard in city riots. But he's no less important to people's history of survival. In 1965, while standing in the middle of scorched, riot-torn Watts, that Georgia preacher's son, whose birthday we celebrate today, who experienced a sharp, radical turn in his outlook that reflected his last 3 years, is now softer and sanitized for our protection. A beloved American Black hero without teeth, no longer a threat. No one, that is no one who dares to pick up a book can separate the man from the cherished public myth, forever behind the pulpit in Washington, D.C., addressing anti-racist thousands in a wide field of picket signs and banners, August 1963. Perpetual human paragon of civil rights and only civil rights. I've been to the mountaintop. I have a dream.
Yeah. That's awesome. All right.
That poem was called Without Teeth, which is basically my own poetic tribute to the man whose birthday we're celebrating today. But people from all over the social and political divide take the memory, the image, and even the teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King and use it for their own ends. And the general public feed into that, and they reduce him to this one little thing, that he was only known as a Black civil rights leader, an anti-racist activist, and that's all he was, without even looking into the history deeper and seeing that he was responsible for all these other great things, including leading the anti-war effort against the American war in Vietnam, or the Po People's Campaign of 1968. That never enters mainstream media discourse. And that poem came from this anthology book, Civil Liberties United, from Peace Press. From this computer mic to your ears, I'm D. Allen. Thanks for listening. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Thank you, D. Do you have a? You don't
Thank
have time
you.
for? Do you have time for another one, D?
You gave a 5-minute time limit.
I know,
I
but
just achieved that.
you were everyone. You were on the schedule as having 10 because you know.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Do I have time to do another one?
Yeah, I think we have all the people that are down to stay up late here anyway. So I think you have time to do another one.
All right, if they could stand it.
And then up next we have Olivia, Hector, Loto, Edward, and Aya Wise.
One of the best pieces of political essays I have ever read was back in my college days. And but there was one particular one that stood out for me and inspired me to get back into the swing of creative writing after 7 years of writer's block. Imagine going 7 years without writing a goddamn thing. A slightly older poem for y'all. And that piece was Letter from Birmingham Jail. And this is about how that piece of political essay got me back into writing. This is called Reawakening. In the season of bare skeletal trees and freezing frequent rain, something long assumed dead reawakened among nature's dead things. A quiet library with a row of desks, rows of pensive students hunched over notebooks and textbooks, pen in motion over one, data transfer from the other, silent synchronicity, and me putting my own intellectual capital to work. Powerful Alabama jailhouse essay from Martin Luther King and my English textbook, Letter from Birmingham Jail. Fight for equal treatment, Black civil rights in a racist society, catalyst, fuel for cerebral engines stirring back into operation after all sensitive and literary. Machinery under the cranial hood turns and turns, faster it churns, processing a fuel acquired with both eyes and ears within seconds like any well-tuned machine. Creativity, once started up, lets itself be heard, loud, aggressive, demanding, like an old English hardcore punk song from the 80s, 4 minutes past midnight by Antisect. Urgently bust out the speakers from the opening few notes.
I'm playing the cello, and I've got I'm Feeling Good by based off the Nina Simone version. Beautiful, beautiful.
Very good, very good.
Amazing.
That was awesome. Thank you. And thank you to everybody. Ghost, if you're talking, I can't hear you. You're muted.
All right, I'm having some technical difficulties, so just read the chat. I'm not going to be able to speak anymore probably. Hector's up, and then Loto, and then I'll type it in the chat. Yeah, but thank you, Olivia. Thank you, D. Allen. I appreciate everyone that's been in here. Hector, take it away. Unmute and then take it away, Hector.
For sure. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Hector. I'm a writer, poet, artist, and I wanted to contribute some of what I do for today's event. Today, in the context of everything, is we're creating of chaos unfolding around us, and I think it's so beautiful that we can just come together and share our truths with one another. And so this short piece, I guess I would just call it Surrounded. So the more I get involved in the art world, the more that I've been finding of course, there's such a dense amount of Black creators, specifically Black poets, and I find it very humbling to be able to learn from them, and just, unlearn a lot of things too. I find that they just have such an intense knowledge because of their history, and just really acknowledging my place amidst all these Black creators as a non-Black person of color. And so this small piece is about that. I find myself surrounded amidst a rich spectrum of melanated light rays, all that was created, birthed from the void belly of gossamer stars, whiteness reaped from all dark sowed until it began to cannibalize. The white capital crumbles under its gravitied weight. Cannibals dream too. And that's that piece. And so within justice work, I think some kind of what we know but don't exactly speak into existence necessarily is the aspect of authenticity and showing up as yourself wherever you go, speaking your truth everywhere, no matter who may or may not be in the audience. And I think that very consistent in his manner of speaking, and speaking to very consistent in the sense of his energy and his values and what he believed in, and I also on authenticity throughout history, as was mentioned, all the different perspectives that history has on Martin Luther King, all the ways he's been watered down, and so one speech that my history teacher recommended to our classroom, and he did show us, it was his speech Beyond Vietnam. He was also very against war, but that's not as highlighted often, so I would recommend for anyone who has the time. The speech is about an hour long, but of course you can get some gems throughout the entire speech. It's called Beyond Vietnam. And so with these next pieces, I really honed into my own self, my own identity, and truly acknowledging that the more that I can be myself, the more it seems to give other people to do the same. And, you know, again, like being surrounded by all these Black creators, we kind of just feed off of each other's energy, and we kind of just help each other be more authentic, so that when we enter a space that could be, you know, predominantly white, we still come with that same power, that same resiliency, that same striving towards centering Blackness as a means of creation and renovation and looking towards the future. And yeah, so this is called I Am. I am yesterday's ashes, rebirthed into molten fireplaces. I am ancient turtles everywhere, cradling my hearth, silken kaleidoscopes bleeding into mosaic stained glass. I am liquid dreams, channeling intuition out the river of my mouth. That poem was after Lady Breon. It was kind of like a short exercise in really diving into yourself and your self-identity. And she is an amazing Black woman poet. Again, her name is Lady Breon. Her Instagram is Lady B Speaks. I highly encourage you check out her poetry and her work. Another Black creator that I love with all of my heart is Thea. Flames licking my skin. There is rarely ever room for a cave to unfold its hollowness into a spiraling duplex home. My body exists, and thus I am eruption. Every surrounding molecule bent in my magnetism. I'm learning to dream deeply enough to expand into simplicity. When a stadium of eyes touch my words, they shapeshift into molds of their perception. This is how you, yes, you sculpt me without movement. You learned to fear all the unknown that I regurgitate, but I cannot help this eternal river pouring out my mouth. I'm sure you are masquerade or to simplicity. I've begun to decolonize language into an effervescence of bodies, always dissolving my tongue into a renewed sunset, all the sorbet spectrum light dripping honey-like into your mouth. I have begun accepting my syrup can be sickly sweet in locked jaws. I may not always comprehend the expansive of my tongue, but I will always trust its guidance towards always, but I will always trust its guidance towards my illuminary sunrise. I'm learning to dream deeply enough to expand into simplicity. Thank you all so much for having me. I'll be linking the Patreon that I mentioned. I'll try to find that speech too, and just link all the amazing creators that have inspired me, people to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hector. That
Woo,
was
thank you.
Thank
great
you.
stuff. Yeah, link all your stuff, Hector. Can't wait to hopefully connect with you in the future with some things. Look like Dion has a clap. Dion put the clap hands. So Dion's still here. Olivia's still here. Bianca, Ko, Iris, Julia, Natalie, Sawtell, and my thing just froze. But Loto, you're up. Jesse, thank you for being here. Ashley, thank you for organizing with Black Lives Matter this event with me. And Tino, thank you for performing. Michaela, thank you for being here. It looks like you're kind of getting sleepy. I'm sorry we're running late. Loto, what are you gonna play? Thank you, Alex.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Loto.
Thank you, Crystal
Um,
Jackson, for being here. Dr. Crystal Jackson. Thank you, Lisa, for still being here. Idiomo, Yvette, Barbara, and Megan. All right, take it away, Loto.
Thank you, Black Lives Matter and Hanford and Sunshine Collective for this awesome platform. This is a platform for people who desire change in the community. It's beautiful, and I can't wait to see you guys in person. You know what I mean? So I'm going to this song. I didn't write. It is like a worship song, but it has been really on my spirit a lot lately. So I thought I would play it for y'all. All right, let's
After
do it.
you, we have Ed after you, and then Iowise. Take it away. Ed is after you, Ed, and then Iowise. Just wanted to make that clear for everyone.
Do y'all get that? Okay. You draw me out upon the waters, the great unknown, where feet may fall. And there I'll find you in the mystery, in oceans deep. What the heck?
I think they're saying play amazing.
You guys,
I think they're saying play Amazing Grace. Are they saying play Amazing Grace?
What?
I think the dogs are barking play Amazing Grace. Play Amazing Grace.
I don't know if I know Amazing Grace on keyboard.
Grace, how sweet the sound.
Why is the host mute? There's another host muting me. I don't know who it is.
My aunt's gonna sing Amazing Grace.
Like me.
Thank you.
I was
My aunt.
lost, but now I'm found.
Hello, Aunt.
Blind, but now I see.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we got it. So play whatever you want, I guess. Now that we have that song, we got that song was take. We got that sound down with. Play whatever you were gonna do, or whatever you want to do.
That song going.
Okay, well, I could see you want me to sing?
Whatever. No, play whatever you want to do. Do anything you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
I, for one, would like to hear the rest of what you were starting.
Okay.
Can I start over?
All right, start it over.
Okay. You call me out upon the waters, the great unknown, where feet may fall. And there I find you in the mystery, in oceans deep. My faith will stand, and I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours, and you are mine. Oh, your grace abounds the deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. When my feet fall and fear surrounds me, you never failed and you won't stop now. So I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours and you are mine. Oh, trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead us where our trust is without borders. Let us walk upon the waters wherever you may call me. Take us deeper than my feet could ever wander, and our faith would be made stronger in the presence of our Savior. Oh, I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest on your embrace. For I am yours and you are mine. Yes, you are mine. Thanks, guys. Love you.
You're amazing.
All right, you got me into it. You got me into it. Okay, at first I wanted Amazing Grace, and then you started making me dance with that song, so that was cool. All right, Edward Hernandez. Thank you, Loto. Everyone was into that in the comments. You can read it on the chat. Everyone's stoked on that. You turned that song into something danceable, which I appreciated. Because at first when you started, I was like, I'm scared of this. Am I gonna start crying right now? And then you start playing it, and it was like a reggae kind of, and I was like, yeah, I like it. Anyway, just you and Loto should collaborate. It looks like De'Allen's thing, but let's move it along to Edward Hernandez, and then we can open it up an open forum after that, and people can collaborate.
Hey.
Welcome, Edward Hernandez.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Doing good. Tell us a little about who you are and where you're from and all that stuff.
All right, my name is Edward Hernandez. They call me the Bearded Uke. I'm from Visalia, California. I'm a ukulele player. I've been here, born and raised in Tulare, and been playing ukulele for about 9 years now. So, but thank you very much for inviting me to this event, and greatly appreciate it. So I hope you guys enjoy the song that I picked. I was trying to figure out what I can play in such an event like this. So of course you gotta play one of the most favorite songs, the most well-known songs by Marvin Gaye. So I'm gonna throw it down on the ukulele for you guys. I hope you guys enjoy it. So here we go. Mother, there's too many of you crying. going on? What's going on? Ooh. Mother, mother, everyone thinks we're wrong, but who are they to judge us? Know that it is wrong. You know you've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, oh, oh. Recognize and give it signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Ooh.
Yeah.
Bone. Thank
Io, are you ready? Hector, that was amazing. Got me dancing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. I put my website on the chat. It's edwardukulele.com, and I'm going to be releasing a single by the end of this month, and also another single, and I have all my stuff on Spotify and iTunes. Check it out. Thank you guys very much. Hey, thank you once again for having me. Greatly appreciate it. Saludos. Hey, you guys have a good one. Be safe out there, all right?
All right, you have a good one too. Take care. Yeah, put your stuff in the chat if you haven't. Io Wise, you are the headliner tonight. Io Wise.
Oh, wow. Sweet.
And it's actually not a big surprise. Actually, Io Wise is an amazing musician, based out of all over the globe, and but is somehow here with us this evening. So I want to give before we go to the open forum where everyone can say their real speeches and how they really feel, without trying to sugarcoat it or whatnot, and with the real deal with the music, and this thing might come out. Might get some collaborations, and it might be going. This is a celebration for Dr. Martin Luther King, so celebrations don't end at 8:46 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. They end the next day. So we got to keep this going. So whatever you got to do, get some coffee, get some tea, and Io Wise, come to the stage. Welcome to the stage, Io Wise, if you are here still, and if not, then we have Natalie Ortiz to take the headlining spot.
I am here. I am
Okay.
here.
Io, tell us a little bit about yourself before you get into your headlining performance.
I'm just a regular schmegular kid who was born in America and raised overseas. I came back. I fought tooth and nail for everything that I want and need. My only message to the people is that sometimes to escape the beast, we have to cut through its belly. You understand that? So this song that I'm going to be playing for you guys is called Old African Plains. Bless up to MLK. He paved the way, and none of us right here today will ever let that go astray. You understand that? This one is called Old African Plains.
Billy boy, yeah, yeah, oh, oh. One if old African plains, there was I and I, and though no one remembers their names, I know it is I and I. Yes, on the old African plains, there is you and I. So
People have trampled on top of our names. Still it is I and I. Yes, on the old African plains, there is I and I. Some things will never be the same. Still it is I and I. Coming from my roots, man. I'm coming for my roots, man. Well, I'm just coming for my roots. Coming from my roots, man. You're lucky. Coming for my roots, man. Well, I'm just coming for my roots. Yes, on the old African plains, live there I and I. Love there in the earth and right there on the wind. All for I and I. Yes, on the old African plains, you will see I and I. We shall never be conquered again, for we are I and I. Yes, on the old African plains, there is I and I. Set the captives free now. Oh, I believe in our love. I and I. Coming from my roots, man. I'm coming for my roots, man. Well, I'm just coming for my roots. Coming for my roots, man. I'm coming for my roots, man. Well, I'm just coming for my roots. Yeah. I'm coming for my roots. Yeah. Oh, coming for my roots. Well, I'm just coming for my roots. Yes, I'm coming. Well, I'm coming for my roots. Yeah. So that's it. It's been a pleasure.
Very beautiful.
To all of it.
Amazing.
Kale, thank you. Iris, thank you. Julia, thank you. That song, when I wrote that song, I wanted to identify as a Black man who has lived overseas, as a Black man who has real strong African blood, as a Black man who knows his history and knows exactly where it comes from and can still recall the last name of my family. I wanted to make sure that people understood that even though all of these things have happened, even though my name, even though many people's names have been trampled, even though our histories have been trampled, still we are I and I. Still I am you and you are me, the meaning of I and I. And I'm coming.
Where overseas? Where overseas were you?
My family is Jamaican and Honduran. And I spent a little time in England, you know what I mean? So that was fun. But yeah, I'm just a regular schmegular Jamaican kid. It's been a pleasure to do this with all you guys, and everybody did well. Big ups and support. Love, 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 more love.
You got another tune, or what do you want to pass it along, or you want to do another tune?
You want another tune?
Yeah.
All right, so this one, I'm a Rasta man. This one I just dropped 2 Fridays ago now. It's on every social media outlet. It's on every streaming outlet. It's called His Imperial Majesty.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Big up for the Martin Luther King Zoom, you know? It's love from my heart to yours. So let me tell you all one thing. Selassie is thy king. Feel the vibe, give me of his teachings. Yes, my Lord is almighty. Still them trying to fight. We judge and not take this lightly. Hey yo, we're back, fighting it true. Them love for Mr. the youth. Them give no joy, them just present them with blues. And so we do what we do. Righteously will we move. I tell love me saying is now in full bloom. No lies, no disguise. We have to seek out the light. Putting all of my faith in Rastafari. So let them be not confused. Well, Ethiopia, the roots. We're standing together no matter what we go through. One heart, one vibe. Faithful people, we must unite. Call upon your love and strength. Hail His Majesty, repent from sin. All I know, I'm always gonna love King Selassie on this road. On this road, every step that I take, every breath that I breathe, all I know, we have to. Oh, all right, this is big. This is big. Yeah, this is a big tune, that. All right, so let's say again. Bim, big up, for the time has come. We know that your children chant a psalm as one. Bobo Naya Bingi, Orthodox and 12 tribes. We joining at the table, meditate and good vibes. Big up, for the time has come. We know that your children chant the psalm as one. We got Bobo Naya Bingi, Orthodox and 12 tribes. Join around the table, meditate, good vibes. Burn fire, burn fire, burn fire, burn. Against the injustices of men, yeah, burn, fire, burn, fire, burn, fire, burn. Burn down wickedness. Well, all I know, I'm always gonna love King Selassie on this road, Every step that I take, every breath that I breathe, all I know, I have to be loyal to the King of Kings forevermore. Exalt his name, that's with my every. Haile Selassie, warrior. We teaching them little youth, them have to look for Jah. We standing against injustice, judgment come from Jah. I'm living in a city where bullets fly for blocks. So I hustle and I hustle, still I hustle, then I hustle, yeah. Well, that's the way of the needy. We bustle and we bustling, we bustle, still we bustle, yeah. That's the way of the needy. Whoa, whoa, I'm walking like MLK. Whoa, I say my prayers and meditate. I said, whoa, hoping all spirits can grow. And all I know, yeah, Rastafari again and again. My love to yours, my heart to yours. No matter how we call his name, Jah here is just the same. You see it? Bim.
Praise.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Oh, the song's gonna play again. It wants me to sing it again. Yeah. It's been a pleasure. I've been actually waiting 2 hours to go eat, and I even still have to go to the studio from now. So I just want to say big up, bless up, peace. We are one people. We have one heart. We can all live one big dream. You understand? So let's come together. Let's fight wickedness. Let us chant down all of that villainy. And let our forevermore, let our minds, our hearts, and our love be diligent and meticulous. I love all of you.
Thank you, IOIs.
Love you, Justin. Long time no see, my brother. Let's link up.
All right.
One time.
All right, I'll hit you up soon.
Yeah, bro. Love. Peace.
Right.
Praise.
How do I turn this thing off?
Yeah, how do you turn it up? You gotta
I
leave.
have no-
It says leave.
How do I turn this thing off? Somebody help me, I promise.
You're stuck. No, I think you just swipe up or something.
You gotta hit it twice.
Swipe up,
Leave,
Red
bro.
button that says leave.
Leave,
Well,
or
click
if you're on a
leave.
phone, you could
It
just like
says
double
leave,
click.
and then
Oh, I
leave.
found it. I found it. I found it. Thanks, Kale. I love the drumming, everybody. All right, bye.
Jeez. All right, so the headliner has left the building, but I think we have a second headliner that had entered the building while the first headliner was in the middle of doing the set. Natalie Ortiz, are you here? Natalie Ortiz, are you here?
I'm here.
The real headliners. The real headliners are here. Stephen and Natalie.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Meet everybody. If everybody's still here.
Yeah, we got a little crowd here, and we got some people on the Facebook. We had some technical difficulties we're not streaming to YouTube like we usually would be, and all the other ones like Twitch and Periscope. We're just on we're on Instagram right now, and we're on Facebook Live, and we have 18 people in the chat. We got Iris, Julia, Chantal, Jesse, Crystal. Thank you.
We're on Facebook Live right now. I was eating like soup the whole and then
It
enjoying.
was on speaker. It was on speaker, so it was only showing iOS when he was doing his performance, and everyone else it was just showing the speaker. Anyway, Ashley, thank you for organizing and being here. Hector, Dorothy, Olivia, Idiomo, Megan, Barbara, Yvette, and everyone else I missed. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Gus.
Oh, and Ko. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, who are the Black Lives Matter organizers? I never heard from them.
They're supposed to talk right now. Ashley, do you want to take it away?
Yes, please. Awesome. Hi, everyone.
Ashley, take it away. Stop being in the shadows and all that. You were supposed to be MC, not me.
Yeah, but I think you did a great job. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Neely. I'm the lead organizer of Black Lives Matter Hanford, and we are a grassroots organization that basically developed after the murder of George Floyd in May, and it just really showed the need for some kind of representation or voice in our community. Me and a few strangers planned like the biggest protest in Hanford within 6 days. And that was between 500 to 700 people there, which is unheard for in our area if you're from this area. On this day and within what's going on in the world, I'm so happy that you guys are all here, and we are almost like an hour over schedule, and you guys are a majority of people are still here, so thank you for staying. I really will keep this short about activism in our community, even though we live in a quiet community and it may come off as a very conservative area. That is because I believe suppression is the root of that. I'm going to share about voting and how important voting is with everyone. Real fast, I'm going to share my screen. Just so you guys can see what is going on in Kings County. All right. Awesome. Everybody can see that?
Yep.
All right, so this is the latest of the ballot tracker in Kings County. This is after who voted, everyone voted, or who turned in their ballots. So 56% of people who are registered turned in their ballots. Our main concern I want to bring into is when we get to the demographics. I want to bring up right here. Oh, sorry. Right here it says African American. Only 613 ballots were made to African Americans in Kings County. Kings County, I looked at the census and did the math. There is a population about 9,644 African Americans living in Kings County, and only 613 actually got ballots. And I did the math even more. Obviously, not every 964 people are of voting age, but the majority would be. So who are 18 and over, I took about 75% of the population, which leaves you with about 7,233 people that could be registered to vote in our county. And who are registered to vote in our county, that only adds up to 8% of eligible voters in our area that are registered to vote. And that is a big issue that needs to be changed. I strongly believe that this area, with a large population of people of color, it would not be a conservative area if people's voices were being heard and being represented. So I know we have a 2-year project to a new election to raise the voices of our community of color here. Another concern would be that in our Latino demographic here, they had the lowest turnout of voters, 46% compared to the 60% of every other ethnicity that is listed on here. And as well of people under the age of 50 have the majority of the ballots here, but less than 50% turn in the ballots, while people over 50, while having the smaller amount of ballots actually turn theirs in, the majority of their ballots in. So this is an area where we all can take action to figure out how to get people registered to vote, get people's voices heard. And that was basically my motivation to create Black Lives Matter Hanford. When I did the first protest, I honestly was hoping that I could get 50 people there. And the fact that over 500 people did show up just shows how, I think it just shows how much people's voices are being suppressed here and how much they need an outlet to speak up. And that's what our organization is working to do, and working to speak at city council and school boards to get representation within our community in every aspect. So there is still a lot of work to be done in our area, and still a lot of work to do that we can do. Even if it's quiet, we can do stuff online. And I just wanted to be able to bring this up to you guys, because there is still lots of work that we can do in our area. I can't figure out how to not share my screen anymore.
Actually, if I can chime in real quick.
Yeah.
Just to tie it back to the whole MLK thing, MLK and the SCLC and SNCC and many other organizations, one of the things that they were fighting for was the right to vote. So, I mean, if you know someone who has not registered to vote or doesn't engage in the process, bring that up, because that this is something that has been important, for a long time, and people fight, and people it's just utterly important.
But Sawtell, what does it mean when John Lewis says get into good trouble? What does that mean to
tell
you?
Me.
What does that mean to you? Putting you on the spot, Sawtell, you're a teacher. What does that mean when John Lewis is saying get into good trouble?
Oh, but I'm not here to teach. Today's my day off.
I'll chime in. I can.
All right, Jesse and Angeli, take it away.
I can chime in on that one. On getting into good trouble. So MLK talked a lot about complacency as an issue, as a problem. The opposite side of the coin of complacency is the problem of righteousness. But getting into good trouble is the middle ground. It's standing up for what you can believe in, standing up for others, standing up for what's morally right, but not crossing the edge where it's becoming off-putting, or it's becoming militant, or it's becoming aggressive. Getting into good trouble is just simply understanding your rights and standing up for what you believe in, but not crossing those grounds,
So like just sticking with the non-violent thing
Exactly.
that might
Like getting into good trouble, it's like, yeah, standing up for yourself with a good head on your shoulders.
for sure. I feel that. Anybody else want to chime in on John Lewis's words? And
I would.
I'll chime. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I see it as getting into good trouble is if you're going to get into good trouble, if you're going to get into trouble, make sure you're doing the right thing for the right reasons. That's what I see it as. If you're like how Bernie Sanders got arrested for protesting with the civil rights movement. You know, I think he got into some good trouble, and then of course there's bad trouble that you can get into. But I think that's what he means by good trouble. You know, if you're going to do something that's lawfully wrong, make sure it's for morally or right reasons.
that makes sense. It looked like Dr. Crystal. Did you have your hand?
Yes, I'll hop in on this one. Getting into good trouble means that in protesting doesn't turn into rioting and looting. Protesting is a right to use your voice. However, you can take something good and turn it into something bad. So getting into good trouble means that, you know, the exercising of marching and protesting and using your voice as your platform and going out and speaking justice to injustice. Those are what you call the bad trouble being good trouble. Putting it on a platform of itself, but still holding true to what trouble is. Because when you want to shake it up out here, and the action behind all the slayings that have taken place for centuries now, the good trouble was people didn't go out and start killing other people. They used their voice, they used their amendments, they used their rights to get the point across. Just like with the protests I marched with Ashley in Hanford, and we used our voices. We did not loot. We did not cause violence. There was no spitting on the cops, no calling them pigs. You remain true to yourself and your values, but you still march for the cause.
I love that.
Who said they love that?
A burning question of the remainder of the people. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Speaking of good trouble, does anybody know of any celebrations going on Wednesdays?
Is that like inauguration day or?
Yes, sir. Does anybody know about any celebrations?
I heard of some just online Zoom watch parties. We could start one if you wanted to do that.
Well, no, I mean outside, like in Visalia or something. Does anybody know of anything going on, like with the Democratic?
I'll have to talk to Alex, who was here earlier. Who is he's the Tulare County kind of liaison for that Democrats. But I don't know.
I was signed up for something, but there was going to be something, but I haven't heard anything. So, I mean, I will get back with those people, but you know, around this area, it's scary being out Democrat. You know,
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's scary putting a Biden sticker on your car or on your yard or something. It's scary putting rainbows in your window.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that would be really great, as long as nobody gets freaking shot doing it, is to get outside in public, you know, where there's lots of distance and masks and just saying, I'm happy, you know, today's the day
Yeah.
to get a good president in office that can do good things, and I'm happy about it, and I'm proud I'm happy about it, and nobody better shoot me for being happy about it. It's scary going out there and just saying that, you know. So that would be kind of a really nice statement to make, but I don't want to be the only one out there with any racism sign
What?
on.
I know that I don't know any in Hanford, and I purposely didn't plan anything because even though it's not outwardly like people have made threats or anything, but there have been like a call, like people agreeing with the calling it the second civil war, like in my own community. So that who has like from people who have actively threatened like our protests or other protests and who actually been violent with people. So I do not want to put people out there celebrating when they're already like agreeing with what's happening in the Capitol and who I know are violent people, and bring a whole bunch of targets, especially when people feel like what happened in the Capitol was the right thing to do, and they live here in our community and they're outward about feeling that way.
So you feel like
So,
it's scary. Out.
And I feel like if we can make people's voices, and people were there from our community at DC too, and they posted so many pictures and videos of themselves there, and like I feel like if like what I just showed you, I saw that might have been too small for you guys to see, but that's free information that I got from Political Data Inc. And I just feel like if people understand the facts, and I feel like that's a part of suppression, is like hiding the facts from the public and from the people. Once they understand the facts and feel empowered to change the facts, then maybe next election there'll be parties out there and feel free to be able to have like their trans or LGBT stickers or Black Lives Matter stickers on their car. I currently have the song "Fuck Donald Trump" as the Spotify sticker, as a sticker, so they can't see it, but it's on my car, so people, if they scan it, they'll hear it. But also I have a speech by Angela Davis to get some knowledge from people too if they are going to scan it. But it is uncomfortable, especially if you look across your street and there's a whole bunch of Trump flags still up in January to want to feel like they can do it. But like having events like this and letting people know that we haven't stopped working, even though COVID has gotten worse here. 0 ICU beds, like we don't want to put the public in more of a risk either to get COVID when our city council people or some people in our city leaders are actively wanting to open businesses when they're not coming up with a plan to alleviate the stress on the hospital. So we shouldn't put more stress on the hospital at the moment. But that is just why even though I want to, and I would love to, I came up with an alcoholic beverage called like the twice in peach that I called it. So it's a Moscow Mule because of his relationships with Russia, and it's made with peach. It's with a peach and orange vodka. So it's perfect because we impeached the orange man. So like take that recipe, use it, and celebrate. And maybe we could do a Zoom thing like that. But out in the public, it is scary when people are actively wanting a civil war in our community.
No, I didn't think of it until now, but you could have done a White Russian.
I could have. I like my Moscow. Those are my.
Shoot. Well, KO, did you want to do? I know I kind of said you were the intermission, and it's now like intermission.
No. I stuck around to.
I got one thing.
Hear everybody.
Okay.
And I needed this, y'all. I don't know about anybody else, but I needed this.
Keo, you're rad. What you were playing earlier, you are so rad. Like
You left us wanting more, KO, so we're gonna have to actually follow through with the drum circle stuff.
Okay, so look,
We're gonna organize some stuff.
can y'all see that?
What
That is called a CD. Actually, but okay, so the thing about this CD is that I don't want to open this one. It's in the wrapper, but when I produced this CD and the other one as well, I followed our master's example and I made a booklet for it. So it's got the whole history of the rhythms and even the words in Malinke, what they mean in English. So it's kind of like a National Geographic, musicologist.
All right. Well, when's the next drum circle / class?
Well, we don't have any scheduled right now. But see, that's what I need people to email me and say.
Inauguration day.
Inauguration day outside.
No, I mean like on Zoom. We'll do a Zoom class on inauguration day, or maybe the day after or something.
Inaugurate. Well, okay, we could try to do that. But the only thing is I kind of want to be glued to the television on inauguration day because I've been waiting for this day for a really, really.
How about after the impeachment?
Huh?
Yeah.
How about after the impeachment, you have a drum session? I think we'll really want to hear some drums then.
Yeah.
Well,
Gail, what's your number?
my phone number?
Yes.
It's 559. Okay, I'm gonna put it on the chat right now, on the chat to everybody.
Yeah, I think I already did, but you put it again.
272-2114.
Anybody want to? So this is the open forum. Anybody want to speak that didn't speak? Has anything to get off their chest? It doesn't have to be a long speech. Anything? Anybody want to say anything about anything? In regards to either Martin Luther King Jr., Black Lives Matter, John Lewis, George Floyd, Breonna
Is
Taylor.
everybody seeing that? I got the phone number and the email up there.
Okay. I just want to say that it's important to, keep having, conversations that I guess people would say are uncomfortable to have, especially when it comes to like stories dealing with law enforcement or, medical system, the educational system, all the systems. In actuality, I've dealt with racism in all three, in law enforcement, the educational system, and the medical. I was only 16 when I had my first encounter with an officer, and I was only 16 when I was held at gunpoint. And you think so many things like go through your head at age, and like there's just like so many things, like you wonder like if something happens to you, like are they gonna call your mom? And then you wonder you wonder if they think about like the mental harm that they inflict on you mentally. Like still when I drive anywhere or when I go anywhere and I see an officer, I automatically feel like I'm doing something bad, like I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing. But I know I'm not doing anything bad. And I know I'm like, I could be just going to go get groceries and I'll have an officer behind me and I'll start to freak out. I'll start to panic and just everything will revert back to that day of when me and my friend got pulled over. And now that I'm older and I think about, with everything going on, I think, when I was young, like I thought he pulled us over because we had done something bad. And when he had pulled us over, he had said that there was a brake light that was out. But when we had stopped at my house and my friend had dropped me off, we checked her brake lights and there was nothing wrong with them. We checked the blinker, everything, emergency lights. There's nothing wrong with her brake lights. So like,
Over.
I used to live in Tulare, and I used to go to Mission Oak High School, the new high school that's opened up over there. And it was on that road, not even, like far from the school. I was barely hitting that light that takes you right into Tulare.
And the officer pulled you over and pulled a gun on you?
Well, she had pulled us over, and he had first asked her for her license and registration. And as she was getting to the center console to pull up to like get her wallet, he had told her to get out of the car. Now at this time, I don't even know if body cams were a thing, because this was like back in like 2010, 2011. I remember he told her to get out of the car and had her go all the way to the butt of her car. And I remember I heard talking, and then all of a sudden I started hearing screaming, and I just heard him say like, "Get down on the floor, get down on the floor." And like I look, and me being scared because I didn't know what was going on, I got out of the car, and I was just like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And then that's when I saw that he had the gun out, and he was like, "Get on the floor." Pointed it at me. He's like, "Come over here, come over here." He had me get on the floor, and I remember just doing everything that he said, because I was like, if I don't do everything he says, like something could happen. And I remember like just laying there, and it was so like degrading, like it wasn't even like he didn't have us kneel on the floor. He had us lay like with our bellies on the floor. He hadn't handcuffed us. He had us he said to interlock our wrists, he said, and then to get belly down on the floor. And as we were belly down, he had done, it sounded like an hour had gone, or it felt like an hour had gone by, but he had only walked around the car twice. Because I remember hearing like his feet, like just his feet going around the car, and like just me looking at my friend, and my friend looking at me, and like both of us just crying. And I remember like just telling her like we're gonna be okay, like we didn't do anything wrong. And like after she had dropped me off that night, like we had barely said any words to each other. And all I could ask her is if she was okay, and all she could ask me if I was okay. And we both went home, and then weeks after, not weeks, but just going to school together, like it really affected our friendship. And her parents eventually ended up moving, and she didn't even tell me. They just left, and I never got to talk to her. I bet now, that she's older. I hope, she's not reconciled, but like she's found the mental peace, and like, found like her voice, to fight for what's right. Because my mom is second generation immigrant. I'm third generation. My grandmother is from Morelos, Mexico, and I think I'm like the not the darkest in my family, but like I have what they call Afro-Mexican features, because my hair is very curly. And what's it called? They always call me like the negra in Spanish, like in my family. Which, like at the time, like it didn't bug me when I was young, but it kind of bugs me now, And then especially my mom being a second generation immigrant, she supports, this man, he doesn't respect women. He's racist. He's been racist countless times. Just hateful, just nothing but pure hate for indigenous people, for Black people, for any people of any any race at all. He's been hateful, just completely hateful. And it broke my heart out that my mom supported this man. My own mother supports this man. And then I remember, I think there was a protest that happened out here in Visalia. And I'll admit I was skeptical because I was afraid because of COVID. And I was also afraid because, you know, I knew officers were going to be there. I automatically knew police officers were going to be there. But,
One of the Black
you know,
Lives Matter
told me,
ones?
huh?
One of the Black Lives Matter marches?
Mm-hmm.
In
And
Visalia?
I remember just being like, just afraid because of just mostly not afraid of COVID, but mostly afraid of the officers that would be there. Not I like, would I see the one that like I saw when I was 16? No, like, you know, but it's still like at the back of my mind that I might see him, you know. And so we end up going, and it was organized like nicely, but there were just some people who weren't there for the right reasons. There was an officer who had driven by on Mooney, like right in front of the protest, and these three like young men just pop out from the crowd out of nowhere and just immediately start flipping that officer off and cussing at them.
Yeah,
And I'm just like, you have no reason to. Like, what is your reason? Like you have no reason to do that. They're not shooting anything at us or throwing anything at us or, you know, retaliating in any way. So why should you
It
be
gives
there?
folks an excuse to hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just feel like we as a community just need to have these keep having these conversations. These are conversations that people supposedly deem uncomfortable or dramatic or over emotional, because they're not over emotional or over dramatic or impossible things that are happening. These are things that are happening and have been happening and are continuing to happen because people aren't talking about it. Yeah.
Glad you said your story. I'm really glad you told your story. Really, really glad you told your story, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
I wanted to share this because, like, I feel there's not a lot of people who talk about their encounters with law enforcement. I feel like, especially here in Lindsay, Visalia, Tulare, all the way into Fresno, I feel like nobody talks about the officers out here. And, you know, some people will say like, yeah, like there's good officers, like there's officers that help out their community, and there is. I'm not going to say that there isn't, but at the end of the day, the regulations they follow, the physical way they handle people or supposedly criminals, just because you do something bad doesn't mean you should die. Just because you do one bad thing does not mean you should be abused, be belittled, downgraded, or killed. That's no. You should not. That should not happen to you at all.
You think it'd be
like when you were a child?
I'm sorry. Do you think it'd be a good thing to create a website or a place online where people can write their testimonials, and there can be a compilation of stories? And if it became popular, there could be thousands of stories just for like the greater Tulare County, Kings County area, where people can come to that site and just be overwhelmed by the truth,
Yeah.
of what really is happening here, right here.
That could be a good idea. Crystal, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, I used to be a professor out in Visalia, and being the president of the Kings and Tulare County NAACP, you would be surprised at the packages of incident reports where people file complaints with me, it's over 60% of them coming out of Tulare County. And the stories are so, unimaginable of the things that have been done to people, the injustices that have been done to people in Tulare County. And people still continue to say, I don't believe that's happening in Tulare, in Visalia, Kings County. And I've driven many miles and met with law enforcement. And what we started after the George Floyd incident, we started because protesting is a platform, however, holding them accountable. So we started having town hall meetings. And in those town hall meetings, I invited the law enforcement. I had the FBI, I had CHP, all law enforcement here in Kings County showed up. And I think I may have had one from Tulare. And anyone that had a question they wanted to pose or a topic that was on their mind, they submitted that information to our email address. And I was a moderator, and those questions were asked, and we didn't just take a surface answer. We dove deep with them because of course they're gonna tell you what they think you want to hear and hope that you will take that, brush the shoulders off and go about their way. But that's one thing our organization, we stand tall and we stand proud on. We have filed charges against Donald Trump. I think we have our 4th lawsuit going right now. So when I say we advocate and we get out and we use our voices, we really get out and we don't just talk the talk, we walk the walk. Yes, we did the protest, but like when I was talking with Ashley, I said, we have to there has to be something after that, because it's like a child that has been chastised. If you get a spanking and 10 minutes later, that's over and okay, you can go back to doing that same behavior. When you start to hold people accountable, we had the educators on, we even brought mental health on board. This year, now that the election is over, because everyone got, tied up in the elections, I ran for office. And so this year we're going to start those meetings up again. And I encourage you to join our Facebook page. We have an Instagram page, we have Twitter. And when we have those town hall meetings, Ashley always blasts information because she's a member of the NAACP, as well as Megan, and I don't know where Bianca went, and then Yvette is also. We really get out and we bring those matters from the surface to the table. So as hard as it is to be in that moment that you were in, I know how it feels as a mother who had an African-American son, and all he wanted to do was to go jogging at night and exercise because he worked out 3 days a week. But when he went and he worked out at nighttime, and mind you, he would put a backpack on and it had a center block in it. That's how strong he was. He got pulled over and they would pull him over, press him against the hood of the car. Can we see your bag? You got drugs in there? No, I do not have drugs. Let me have the bag. So he hands the bag and the officer almost drops the bag because it's so heavy. He's looking in there thinking to find drugs. The joke was on him. And he got called a couple of N-words, but he lived to see another day. My son is gone now, but I understand the different adversities that we as people of color, as Black people, face on a daily basis. And that's where you have to say enough is enough. And that's why we advocate as hard as we do. It's not just from the national office. We advocate all the way down to the local chapters, work together to try to bring this, because when you shine the light on a dark spot, what happens? The darkness is revealed. They don't want the light shined on them. I bet they shined a light on you that night. So we have the power, we have the control. You just have to know how to properly execute it. So the invitation is there. Ashley, she knows how to get in touch with me. So yes, we will be starting our town hall meetings up again this month. And Justin, I invite you to come in as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
That was all I had.
Anybody else have any questions, comments, concerns that they want to share during this open forum? Or should we let Stephen and Natalie play a song? Play a song. It looks like we got Dr. Crystal saying play a song. Let's if we can, feel free, Stephen and Natalie, unmute and share your gifts with us.
Okay.
Alrighty, we'll freestyle a little song. It's an emotional moment right now.
I need to get some water.
Oh, hang on, Natalie's gonna get some water real quick, and I'll just take this time to practice real quick.
All right, and then it looked like Tino wrote in the comments, I was writing a piece of what led to our local BLM and realized that I had local examples of so many things that had been getting national attention. Did you want to real quick touch on that before they start playing, Tino, if you're still there?
No, after.
Okay. And then you're going to do a poem after?
Or? I can.
Or
I was going to. Yeah, let them play.
Okay. Appreciate everyone that's still here. Hector, Megan, Ashley, Sautel, Julia.
For sure. Thank you for helping put this on.
Yeah, let's try to stay connected, everyone, and let's do some more good stuff that we try to have more things like this. So yeah, I'll be reaching out to everyone, probably tomorrow, and thanking you, and then seeing what we can do in the future. But yeah, it was a super, super awesome event. Thank you to everyone that spoke and performed, and even the audience members and even those that stayed anonymous the whole time and whatnot, because it was pretty cool. We got way more people than I expected to show up, and then a lot of people commented in the Facebooks. We got tons of shares. Everyone shared the videos on the Black Lives Matter page and on my page, and so I appreciate everyone that got it out there, and I'm pretty sure we'll have many views, a lot of viewers. And now, welcome to the stage, Natalie and Stephen.
Hi. Sorry for the wait.
All right, ready?
Yeah. I remember the night when the tears all fall from my eyes. They were cold like his eyes, and I could feel them staring at me like a bunch of knives. What do I do when all they see is hate on me? somebody hate somebody so much they never got to know me. If they would take a look in my soul, they would see that I cry at the most beautiful of things. Did I have a mother at home? I hope who loves me. Now I'm so grown, but I still feel like a child, stuck in that mentality of that dangerous imprint you left on me. How could somebody hate someone like me? So different, so unique. Wish I could have swept you off your feet. I will grow.
Yeah. Super good. That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was so beautiful. Oh my God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Always enjoy the improv. Anything else you want to do? You want to share anything else? You want to skip? I don't know if anyone else has anyone have anything to say that if they have to leave right now or any part of the open forum before we let them do some more music.
Yeah, I'm gonna say my goodbyes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody.
KO, let's stay in touch. Let's start a drum circle and drum classes and all that.
Oh, KO, you rock.
And so I have a cajon. I barely bought it like a month before things closed down. So I definitely am interested in learning more. And I want to hear you guys play some more.
Yeah, please, more music. More music.
All right, KO, take care. Tell Waterbud thank you so much, and let's be in touch.
Thank you, Gus. Bye
All
bye.
right, peace. All right, take it away, Steven and Natalie.
All right. Yeah, most of these songs are improv.
Later, Chantel.
On the upbeat one.
Sure, we'll do a upbeat one.
All right, let's do it.
I'm the girl who likes to dance to her own beat. I have curly hair that likes to defy gravity, just like in music. We were meant to be like two peas in a pod, you see. We may be odd, but we get our own beat. Get our own beat. Ooh, 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 ooh. We have a dog named Rigby. He makes me super happy when I'm feeling low. He knows me so, so. I like to dance to my own beat. We were made like two beats. I like to dance to my own beat. Curly hair defies gravity. I like to dance even though I got two left feet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. Nice.
Woo!
Who said that? Who said woo, woo, woo? Was that you? Or who just did that? Who did that? Woo woo woo. There's like a big echo. There was like a lot of reverb on that. Well, that's pretty cool.
Oh, really?
Whoever said woo woo woo, I'm jealous because that sounded cool.
That was a guy with two thumbs.
Nice. Yes. All right. Well, Tino, I mean, if you can, unless anyone will have anything to say in the open forum before we kind of pass it off to Tino. I think he's been waiting kind of to do something. Megan, anybody? All right. Looks like Tino, the floor is yours.
All right. So the original poem I was going to do tonight is called Eracism, which is so awesome that the drummers, KO, had that as a poster. So
yeah,
the original title was Erase Racism. And then, so I married the words to make Eracism. I thought I invented it. Turns out it's already quite the movement. So this was the poem I was going to do, but then I felt it in my heart, though, like, if we're going to honor Martin Luther King, then let's do him justice. And so I really, just crunched the day to write the poem I did. And I'm glad it was so well received. But this is Eracism. There can only be one explanation for the open hatred in our nation. Space aliens have overtaken the brains of humans, making them inhumane, removed our humanity, replaced it with insanity, ideas of supremacy over those they view as inferior to themselves, like Orson Welles' attack of the body saturating the minds, brainwashing them against different factions. Even good-meaning Americans in the lower and middle classes, like my coworkers, family members, and friends, are liking and sharing hateful ideas on their social medias to believe that they are better than the minorities who are being used as scapegoats. The rich are getting richer at the expense of all of us. It's like a virus we've allowed to go viral, a downward spiral, an outbreak that keeps snowballing and rolling downhill. Because bad news spreads like wildfire. Even those not infected are getting brainwashed, affecting the conduct on how we treat each other. Why is racism still such a problem? Even in religion, let me tell you about a friend of mine who got wrongly discriminated against for darker skin, worked with his hands, didn't speak English, an Eastern immigrant with an accent, experienced ethnic tensions, got deported, falsely imprisoned for standing for love, peace, and respect. But we all fell into mob mentality, treated him so violently, beat him to death. We've got to stop this and erase racism, for he was the first of Christians. This man I speak of, his name was Jesus. Thank you.
Nice. I like it. Nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Jesse, you got a poem? You got a poem, Jesse?
Me? No, I don't have any poems.
You got some crazy art in the background. It makes me think you got some poems. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, no poems here.
No poems there. All right. You have a crazy echo on your. It's like a reverb. Your phone's all reverberated or something. It's pretty cool. Anyway,
Yeah, it's my little extra special touch. That's my contribution.
you have like an echo chamber going on. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Julia,
That's
Dorothy, Ashley, any poems? Megan, Barbara. I know Hector has poems, but I need to sign off. Ashley's signing off. Everyone say bye to Ashley. Thank you, Ashley, for organizing this. We couldn't have done it without you. And have a good evening. Have a great evening, and we'll be in touch. Let's be in touch very soon. Peace. All right. So, what should we do? It's 10 almost. Who does anybody have anything to say or play? Want to play or do anything? Any words? Any poems? Any songs? Speeches?
Do we do one of those things like we're in a huddle and we say like 1, 2, 3 break and then we all hang up at the same time?
We could. That's always a possibility. Sorry, I'm texting somebody right now that just called me. No, yeah, we went like how many hours? We started at like we got on like at 5:15 to kind of sound check and stuff. But I feel bad like we are on Facebook and Instagram Live and we got quite a people that watched it on that. Like a ton of people shared it and all that. But yeah, we didn't go on YouTube because like for some reason when we made I had a different ID or something for this meeting and it made it where it was we didn't test it out and so like I wasn't able to go to YouTube or Twitch or Periscope tonight. But we have it recorded, so I'll just upload it to YouTube. But
Dude, that was a hell of a lot of fun. I thought that was like from the beginning, but like was a trip was like the first like 4 performers were like the best people of the thing. Like I'm sorry to say for anybody else that's still on the line, but like man, it was like I hope people were on early, you know.
no, yeah, they can check it out on the Facebook and Instagram at the beginning. For those that missed it, it was pretty epic at the beginning. And yeah, it was weird because we got like a weird late start with the technical difficulties. The sound check didn't go that smooth and had some issues, but it flowed pretty well. Like as far it took a long time to get to the end, but like I liked how we started with some good music, got some great speeches, and then it kind of then we had some poets, some amazing poets, and then we pretty much it had everything that you could need from from an event. Besides we probably kind of overbooked all the performers, but that's what I kind of wanted to. I mean, we could have just went from 6 to 8 and said bye everybody, and that's it. But I felt like this is kind of cool. We're going all the way. Like it's like 10 o'clock now, and we got everyone to share, and it's like
It was an amazing night. I mean, that was quite a lineup, a nice variety. Both educationally, musically, poetically. I think it achieved that flor y canto that we've been talking about, that flower and song. That is our culture, and in this case, collaborative cultures. So yeah, I enjoyed it thoroughly. It was spiritual even.
Yeah, this is an epic event. We couldn't have done it without everyone here. The audience, performers. Super glad. Anybody want to say? It looked like Hector might have something to say. He appeared. You appeared. I know you're always good when you chime in. You have always like the best things that you chime in with.
Oh my god. I I don't know. I honestly don't. I honestly don't know.
Because I know that you always pick up on vibes of events, and sometimes you're like, I don't know about this vibe, and because I appreciate that you observe the vibes. But how was the vibe here tonight?
It was really secure. I appreciated that. Yeah, and people were like really talented. Oh my god, just like all the musicians, I was like so blown away. Like I couldn't even believe that uh really bad with names. Oh, that Natalie and the two people, I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names, that they did improv,
Yeah.
like oh my god, it's Doug. But yeah, that was so beautiful. Thank you for blessing us with your music and your story, and yeah.
Thank you. Liked
you.
it.
Thank you
Thank you
for
very much.
listening. We
Yeah,
appreciate
for sure.
Who
you
listens?
listen.
Yeah. We're always down to play for anybody who listens.
Yes.
Megan, do you have any words? You've been silent the whole time, and I'm curious your
I
thoughts.
just want to say, like, this was awesome. This event was amazing. Thank you, Justin, for helping out. Shout out to everyone in BLM Hanford. I'm looking forward to maybe collabing on some more events like this. That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, it we try to do it, in 3 days, and we got pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Days.
Yeah, you got it down. Like, I can't believe it. It's such short time, and it was such a great event. Yeah.
So I
I
mean,
still can't believe that.
who knows what
Like
we?
that's insane.
What if we planned? I can only imagine what we would do if we just planned stuff. Maybe it wouldn't go as good if we planned it. Like it would ruin it if we planned it. Like
At a certain degree, at a certain point, I think that can happen. But
I mean,
yeah,
we had like 40 plus, I think, into the actual Zoom event, and I don't know how much was watching because everyone shared it, and we got a lot of views, I think, on the Facebook. But do you think should we have strived for like hundreds? Like the maximum I have is 100 capability from I pay like $16 a month or something, and I only am allowed to get like 100. But like if you pay $50 on Zoom, you get 500 people max. Should we try to be like? Should we try to sell out a 500 max event? Or should we
I mean,
just?
maybe in the future, but I mean, this was a good turnout. I think there was a really good turnout tonight.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not all about numbers. Like it doesn't. We don't have to sell out.
Yeah, yeah, definitely not.
I don't think. What do you think, Jesse? Should we strive for 100 or 500 or just keep doing what we're doing?
I mean, I think like you could probably strategically do that for something like tonight. Like obviously, like
he bailed. I think his phone died. I don't know. Was anyone feeling what he was gonna say? Like complete a sentence? Because I don't know what he was about to say, but he'll come back probably when he charges his phone.
I got nothing.
No, but no, yeah. I mean, no. Like I think he was gonna say like, yeah. If we had 3 days, we got like 40 plus into the actual Zoom event. I don't know who was watching, but yeah, if we had like maybe a month in advance to plan and whatnot and to promote, maybe we could get 100, and then eventually if we start selling out 100 people events or whatever, and even selling, we're not even selling. But here he comes. Here's Jesse. But yeah, I mean, it would be kind of interesting because to get like from Tulare, Keens, and Fresno County, if we could promote it right, I feel like we could get 100 people in a Zoom event. And
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially with 3 days promoting it and getting at least 40. Yeah, definitely could do 100.
yeah. So that was.
I'm again.
What happened to your phone?
Oh, somebody called me and it kicked me off. It was super weird. No, yeah, it was the weirdest thing. No, but I was saying like retrospectively, though everything looks wonderful, like obviously, but you can't predict the future with the past. But like if you do like strategically that kind of concept, I think it could work out in your favor, but you definitely have to do it somewhat strategically.
Yeah, I mean, I think reaching a high number like 100 or 500 would be cool to in our just to expose people to different ideas and cultures. Just so our county is like Fresno, Tulare, and Kings. Because we're notoriously known for having nothing to do and it's boring and it's like everyone's the same. But really, there's a lot of unique people around, and Um, you know, so there's
You could like say like you could establish yourself as like a weekly basis thing. You could like establish yourself as like a bi-monthly basis thing if you want to go on those schedules, you know. But like I think like yeah, like consistency and like really establishing consistency, like that would really drive it home.
for sure. Does Barbara Hill have anything to say? Because Barbara Hill's been here the whole time, kind of anonymous, and it's a little spooky with the character. Like Barbara Hill is down there, but then like the character's just a stern, like stern face person, anime character. I don't know if it's like Cowboy Bebop or something. I don't know anime that well, but or Spirited Away or something. But if you want to identify yourself, Barbara Hill, this is your chance to shine and tell us who you are. Does anybody know a Barbara Hill? Megan, do you know Barbara? Do we have a troll here? Are we gonna get trolled pretty soon? And like,
Oh, sorry. Barbara Hill is my alter ego.
you're lying.
Yeah, I'm completely lying.
Okay. Megan, do you know Barbara? You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying, I believe Ashley knows her.
Oh, okay, okay. You're fine. You're as long as you're not a troll and gonna scare us, like, because we've been scared and we've had trolls like just spook us out, creep us out like at the weirdest times, and it's crazy. But I thought we had some trolls like for a second, but it was actually IOWise was trolling me on the private messages. He was saying some weird stuff in the private messages, like, is this a troll like pretending to be IOWise? Or and I was like, no, he is kind of funny like that. He does like to joke around. All right, should we call it a night, everyone? Tino, did you have anything to say, or does anybody want to perform a little bit more? Or?
Yeah, no, I think we're good. We're good, brother. I think you guys had a successful event tonight.
We did. Your audience, performers, all like we put this all together because without it, without we need all the pieces. So we all did a good job. But yeah, you're right. Maybe we should wrap it up. But yeah, we have it recorded. So I'll throw it up on YouTube, and then it's available on Facebook Live and all that, or Facebook. And anyone have any last words? Hector, Megan, Barbara, Jesse, Natalie, the dog, and Stephen.
Thank you, everyone. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Happy
Martin Luther King
Happy
Day.
Martin Luther King Day. I had a brain maneurism right now.
If anyone wants to dip, you could dip. I have some questions for Barbara Hill. Who are you? Let me see your face. Just kidding.
Barbara Hill, I'm gonna steal your identity.
We're coming,
We're
coming
for
to get you, Barbara.
We're coming to get
Yeah, I think we're good there, brother.
All right, yeah. Let's stay in touch, everyone. Let's plan some more stuff in the future. I do have some other ideas for some festivals kind of things, and I want to get some people's opinions on how to go about doing it. So yeah, let's stay in touch. Dog Days. Did you release your video yet? Did you release your music video, Hector?
Oh, well, no, but I've been linking it. Like it's a premiere thing, but just oh my god, I just have so much to juggle. Like I'm honestly like trying to like see if I can build a team right now because I'm like I can't keep up with myself. Like it's insane.
I'm down. I'm down to join.
That would be dope.
Yeah, let's connect. I mean, yeah, you're juggling school, you're juggling art, the art school, and then just all your ideas. It is hard. I don't have. I have like half of those things to juggle. It's just me. It's just the thoughts, and I do have a lot of time on my hand. But yeah, I think we should get a team going of people that can brainstorm some ideas and how to help each other out. I'm down to help you try to accomplish some stuff, and I know you have some good ideas. And I'd like to get you involved with what we can even though you're in the Bay Area, right?
Yeah.
So I'm down to help you out even though you're over there, and and then maybe you could give us some ideas on how to help the Valley out, because like the Bay has a lot of things going on all the time, but yeah, like I was saying, the Valley doesn't have much, and that's why I'm trying to help do whatever I can to make the Valley a little different and bring some diversity in and some good times, have some fun times and whatnot. And Tino's an activist, and I want to help him out. I want to let everyone in the whole globe know about Stephen and Natalie, and even Barbara too, because I think it's mysterious how Barbara is just there, always there, lurking in the shadows. Barbara, but yeah, Hector. Whenever you like, you have like a meeting or something, or you're trying to get a team together, I could definitely try to recruit some people to help you, and and then of course I'll definitely promote your stuff whenever you start like releasing the video and all that.
That would be so dope, because just like promo is so difficult, and like I don't know, it's like I'm not really seeing that much return on my investments like right now, maybe in like 5 years, maybe next year, but yeah, it's just like everything's so much work, and it's gonna take me forever to get to where I would like to.
Yeah, yeah, I understand, dude. No, it's frustrating. Um, I understand. Like sometimes it's like, should I just give up and just stop doing anything and just go back to like just doing nothing except for playing music in my own room by myself and never let anyone hear me? Or I know I used to throw stuff up online, but I haven't really been doing any music or writing or anything. But I've been just trying to do whatever this is, and which I feel like this is kind of cool. But it's I want to do more stuff like Tino and get more involved in the community, like hands on and make a difference and stuff like that. So this is fun. I want to keep doing this, but like I definitely want to, do some other stuff. But yeah, promo. I understand promo is like it gets discouraging. Like you do something, you do some art, but then like no one ever hears it. They don't hear your song or they don't hear your poems. But I think it's cool that you're going to open mics and so that's how I met you at an open mic sort of thing. I think.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah.
So a couple of things. You may have seen Julia Jump or Julia Doyle as a audience member.
Yeah.
So she's an activist, and she had organized some events when things were still open. She's older and she's vulnerable, so she is sheltering like hardcore, but she is wanting to get involved and support things that are happening in the community, in whatever ways that she can, either through the Zoom or getting the word out there, and even so long as there's distancing and she can be safe. With some of the hands-on things. So I'll send you her connection because she is a really great, resource and quite the leader. On the note of promos, I'm gonna have my first book of poetry out hopefully by summer, like a publication book. So I'm also very definitely interested in how do I get that promoted, after all that work was put in it to get it out there and see some return sales. And of course, I'm down for you and Hector and anybody that was on tonight. I did have the opportunity at 4 events in 1 month, right before we shut down, to use the cajon I have because I can play any beat with my hands. And so I was able to do it at a variety of events, from activism to poetry to music events. And so that was pretty cool. And I would like to, do that some more. I had one other thought. What was it? Maybe it'll come to me. But I love you guys. You guys are wonderful. I really appreciate being a part of this. So
You just got to keep this momentum going. I don't know how we do it because like I feel like I don't know if we could ever throw anything as good as this. This was like the best thing that I think I could ever do. So it's like, but I know that if we come together, we could think of some more stuff to grow.
While that is a pretty hard bar to match, look at the calendar, because we have Cinco de Mayo. I know would be a great one to throw. I'm sure there are things happening prior to that, that we can do to honor different
Yeah,
different people, different events.
I don't know how we did it. I just basically called. They had basically I pretty much contacted every person I could think of, and like just Facebook stalked everybody, and like, you know, I just made a bunch of random calls and emails, and so I mean, we could do it again. We could probably put on something close, or you know, just as good. I
Yeah.
don't know, better, but like, yeah, maybe more numbers. We could get more numbers for more with more promo, but like, it was
That was a
busy lineup.
lot more. Oh, okay. Well, you're saying audience. Yeah, because I was gonna say lineup wise, that was a pretty full lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
that was, I don't know how we could top that lineup wise. I mean,
maybe even cut back a little on the lineup.
yeah, the lineup was huge. Like that was way too much probably. But we planned, you know, to have people cut off a little bit sooner. But I didn't really, I
Okay.
didn't just cut them off, you know, that much. And some people rambled on and on, like, and it's fine. But it happens because it's hard to judge. Like you're talking, you don't know how long you're talking and or playing and stuff. And then it was my fault we started late because I couldn't get things going. Anywho,
Too late.
it was
You
fine.
know,
It worked out. Someone said
and
they have a great night, everyone. All right.
it was safe
Take care.
on two levels. One, you know, without the bombers, and two, you know, a safe space for like-minded people, you know, to be able to share what we shared, to include, I think it was pretty much a consensus that, you know, you support Martin Luther King enough to celebrate his life this evening. You know, you support Joe Biden's presidency. You know, so that was nice to be able to share that safety, you know, as well. Because you know, I have someone I thought was a good person, and they're referring to the insurgents, the insurrectionists, as heroes. And so it's just, you know, really disheartening when you see, you know, so many of these true colors showing their ugly faces. And that's why I have a poem I started called Unhooded. um, but I did, you know, just say that difference from then to now is that the hoods have come off. Yeah, so it's just crazy. But yeah, I'm down for your cause and that of your colleagues. So I'm gonna bid you good night, and I
Yeah.
will see you guys next time. And then Hector, I'll see you Wednesday morning.
I just messaged you about that. But yeah, good to see you. Great job, Tino.
Thank you. Okay, we'll figure it out. I have a friend. Have you seen those birds that they're like in the office and they fill with liquid and then they dip and then they come back up? It's an office decoration. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like a bird, and it just, well, that's how my friend types. He's older, he's a pastor, and he needs help with his an essay he's, you know, working on. So I gave him my commitment without thinking of, you know, my other verbal obligations I'd given. But we'll figure it out. I absolutely, you know, want to make time for what you have to offer. It just blows my mind, your freedom and imagery and you know, expression. I definitely want to tap into that. You know, because I want to take my writing to the next level in imagery and in performance. And I think, you know, I could definitely, you know, learn from what you're doing. All right. So yeah, let me look at my calendar. We'll figure it out, and then we'll set a date.
Awesome, for sure. Yeah.
Do you know when do you want to meet up? As far as let's like try to reconnect and brainstorm of like what's going to happen next. Because like there's a lot of sinking in that needs to be done for me. Like I haven't even absorbed any of this that happened tonight. Like it sucks. Like unfortunately, it's hard. I'm gonna watch it again, and I'll, you know, I get more into it. You know, after when I watch it again, it's like when I'm trying to host, it's like hard to get into it. But like, um,
After I performed, I was really able to just relax and enjoy the night more. So I'm sure you had much of the same stresses, you know, as the host and trying to just keep things going and lively. But once you watch it, you'll see it was a really magical night. You know, you'll be able to enjoy it, and then on the next one, know that especially when you've got so many good people to, you know, just let them do their thing, introduce them, and just keep it going. You know, so know that it was a really wonderful thing, and you took lead because I didn't even know that Ashley was supposed to be the host. You know, the way you
I mean,
took.
I guess I thought she was, I don't know if we 100% said it, but I think we did say it. But then, yeah, today it was like, no, I'm going to be hosting it. And then I was like, what? Oh, shit. Okay. This should be interesting. But yeah, I mean, I'm fine with how it went. I don't think I made too big a fool of myself a little bit, but like I was trying to kind of be a little silly, but and try to keep it a little bit lively. But
I would love to see her in activism, but she's so quiet that she's right. We are Facebook friends, and I didn't know. But it's just that I've never met her, and my supporting the Black Lives Matter circles. We came to become friends, which is great. Um, but I'm doing Lift Your Voice for Fresno State. Hector, you're on that too, right?
I'm on what?
Lift Every Voice
Oh
for Fresno
yeah.
State.
Uh-huh.
Right. So, I began to write something. I was thinking of going with something I already written, but then I'm like, why not try something new? And my biological father, there are people who have heard, quit crying, I'll give you something to cry about, and that's terrible. But he would say, wipe that stupid smile off your face before I smack it off. So, I found a safe middle to try and be quiet and seen, not heard, and really not even seen, but it crippled my voice, So it took a long time to overcome that. And, I had a friend ask, well, how did you find your voice? Because I want to find mine too. And I told her, when I learned that all my heroes were beaten, arrested, assassinated, and crucified so I could have freedom, to include freedom of speech, then what the hell's my problem? I got shit to say, right?
Mm.
So I, started to write about that. So I haven't gotten far on it. But Justin, I think you certainly have found many parts of your voice. And then, of course, I admire highly, Hector, how you found your voice. And I'm open to, finding that spectrum where I'm not afraid anymore to cry, because when I first wrote Kids in Cages, I bawled. And the first time I read it out loud, I bawled. And, I finally came to a place of composure, and that's okay if I did or didn't. But I feel safe enough now that I could do that, right? That I could do that gamut. But it shouldn't just be me allowing it. It should be that I'm going to take the audience back to that place to where they can feel what I felt when I wrote it, right? Not just, well, if it happens, it happens, but to maybe open some channels to make it happen, to re-evoke and emote it. But anyhow, yeah, you did a great job hosting a beautiful event here, Justin. So
The event, I don't know how it came out like that. It was just, yeah, definitely things lined up, and I'm stoked how they did that, and then we'll see what happens in the future, because
yeah,
I'm
it
starting to,
moved.
wow, I'm gonna either have to maybe just quit while I'm ahead and just give up now on this and do something else, or I
No,
don't
it
know.
was great. I think you're onto something.
I don't know. Maybe I'm onto something, or maybe I should just hang up the gloves and go out. What do they say? Yeah,
Right.
go out on a good note, on a high note. No, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It would be cool if if something comes good out of this, like as far as like connections to do some more good things, like
Mm-hmm.
for the community. Oh yeah, we were I'm working with some people to do some mural projects, and I think that will be pretty cool for the community. I'd like to do some big things for those in need, and this is cool, but I think we could do some more. But I think I have to be patient and give it time.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Okay,
appreciate you.
so let
Appreciate you
me,
all for sticking around this long. It's 10:22. Get some food. Get some
yeah,
sleep. Get
yeah.
some water.
Let me look at Thursday, and I'll message you guys, and we'll see, what'll work for us.
All right. Yeah. Let's try to connect and brainstorm some stuff.
Okay.
All right. Everyone have a good evening. Thank you. You're amazing.
See you. Thank you.
Be in touch. Let's stay in touch. Enjoy the bay. And make sure you study. Don't get distracted to school first, and then you'll have everything else afterwards.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Don't. It's like last semester. I'm gonna postpone it. I'm gonna go. I'll drop out last semester. Usually, I was like I was gonna drop out the first semester, but just tell people, yeah, drop out last semester, and you just tour, go on tour and drop out the last, and then Dr. Vasquez got her degree at 70 or something, no, 60 or something. I don't know. I just anyways, yeah, school probably first, but yeah, I'm down to help you out. And, get stuff going with whatever. But yeah, let's talk about having you come on the podcast and promote your stuff once you're done to do it. All right,
Yeah, that'd be dope.
I enjoyed it. I'm gonna watch the rerun and I'll get into it a little bit more. And I always enjoy your stuff.
Thank you for sure, man.
We all enjoyed it, and I'm glad that you're able to connect with us here in the valley. We need it. We're limited on our talent. Maybe not our talent, but just people are busy a lot of the times, and so that's why I try to reach out to some different regions.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, you have a good evening.
All right, you too. See ya.
Peace. hello, hello, hello. What's going on, everybody? So thank you for coming to the event, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day Unity Celebration. And I just want to thank each and every one of you that came out, because we would not have been a successful event without you. Yeah, it was a very interesting event, and pretty cool event. Super stoked that everyone came, and I'm glad we actually got some technology working, and it was first it scared me because I didn't think that it was gonna be we weren't going live on Facebook, or it was weird. We were supposed to go live on YouTube, but we didn't because I don't know what happened. Well, I guess you play some. Let's see. Peace. Adios.